Thank you. Thank you, and thank you for your patience. We apologize for the delay. I want to welcome you tonight to the public hearing of the New York City Rent Guidelines Board, and thank you for all attending. This is the second of 5 public hearings to consider comments concerning proposed rent adjustments for leases for apartments, lofts, hotels, and other housing units subject to the Rent Stabilization Law of 1969 and the Emergency Tenant Protection Act of 1974. These adjustments will affect leases commencing between October 1 of 2025 and September 30th of 2026. I will now take roll call. Please respond if present. Hanife Aquino. Alec Armlovich.
Present.
Robert Ehrlich.
Present.
Arpit Gupta.
Present.
Reed Jordan.
Present.
Alex Schwartz.
Present.
Christina Smith.
Present.
Adan Soltram.
Present.
Doug Apple, I am indeed present. Sorry, I apologize for. Let the record show we have a quorum. The next 3 meetings of this board will be public hearings to comment on the proposed guidelines on the following date and times. June 12th at the main theater of Hostos Community College, 450 Grand Concourse in the Bronx from 5 to 8 p.m. June 17th at Symphony Space, 2537 Broadway at 95th Street in Manhattan from 5 to 8 p.m. June 27th, New York City Department of Health, 125 Worth Street, 2nd floor, Manhattan, from 10 to 12 in the morning. Anyone who wants to comment on the proposed guidelines at a public hearing must sign up to speak. People wishing to speak at the public hearings can pre-register in advance, either through our website, nyc.gov/RGB, or by calling 212-669-7480 from 9 to 5, Monday through Friday. Pre-registration ends at noon on the business day prior to each hearing. For those who do not pre-register for the hearings, registration is also available at public hearings from 5 to 8 p.m. on June 12th and 17th, and 10 to 12 p.m. on June 27th. All our public hearings will be live streamed, and Spanish interpretation will be provided at each hearing. We also accept comments on the proposed guidelines outside of our public hearings. You can submit written, audio, and video comments for the board to review through June 27th. Instruction on how to submit these comments will be available on the board's website or by email at askrgbnyc.gov or by calling the RGB at 212-669-7480. Our final vote on the guidelines will take place on Monday, June 30th, starting at 7 p.m. at El Museo del Barrio, 1230 Fifth Avenue at 104th Street in Manhattan. Doors will open at 6 p.m. The public may attend in person or may watch the vote live by streaming it on the RGB's YouTube channel. Before we proceed, I'd like to go over the rules and procedures for those who are testifying before the board tonight. If you wish to speak, you must confirm with RGB staff at the registration table located near the entrance hall. Speakers will not be called if they have not checked in at the registration table. In doing so, you should fill in one of these yellow forms. There are Spanish interpreters here today. When registering to speak, please notify the staff if you'd like an interpreter. I will try to call several names in advance. We actually have 2 microphones, one here on our left and one on our right. I will be calling up people to each microphone and then asking you to speak one at a time. If you have materials to distribute to the board, please give them to the RGB staff sitting at the sign-in table near the entrance. I will attempt to alternate speakers between tenants and owners, but this may not always be possible. In order to accommodate as many speakers as possible, each speaker will have 2 minutes to give their testimony. Additional 2 minutes of speaking time will be given to speakers utilizing interpretation. To help speakers keep track of the time, we have a clock. We'll start the clock when you begin speaking. The clock will beep once when the speaker has 30 seconds left and will continue beeping when the allotted 2 minutes are up. If you are still speaking at the end of 2 minutes, I will ask you to quickly wrap up your testimony. We expect many speakers. In fact, we have, over 50 already signed up? Right. Looks like 60, 70 signed up. We want to make sure we get to everybody. We understand it may be difficult to say everything you want us to hear in the 2 minutes, but please understand it is our responsibility to try to make sure that everyone who has taken the time to come here and testify will have a fair opportunity to be heard. And we also ask everybody to be respectful. We know this is of great importance, but we do ask that you be respectful in your words and actions. And we'll have staff available to assist. If you need assistance with the microphone, we'll be able to do so. And if anybody who's disabled and cannot come down to the microphones, we'll make sure we bring the microphones up to you if that's needed. Thank you for your cooperation, and the board is looking forward to hearing your comments regarding proposed rent adjustment guidelines. And with that, we're going to start the hearing.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, we have to do this in Spanish. I apologize. Spanish?
Muy buenas tardes.
Thank you.
Me gustaría darle la bienvenida a esta audiencia pública de la Junta de Normas de Alquiler de Nueva York. Esta es la segunda de las 5 audiencias públicas que tomarán en consideración sus comentarios de alquiler de apartamentos, lofts o altillos, hoteles y otras unidades de vivienda sujetos a la Ley de Estabilización de Alquileres de 1969 y la Ley de Urgencia de Protección de Inquilinos de 1974. Estos ajustes afectarán la renovación de contratos de alquiler a partir del 1 de octubre de 2025 hasta el 30 de septiembre de 2026. Y ahora pasaré lista. Por favor, responda si está presente. Genesis Aquino, presente. Alex Armlovich, presente. Robert Ehrlich, presente. Arpit Gupta, presente. Reed Jordan, presente. Alex Schwartz, presente. Christina Smith, presente. Adam Soltran, presente. Y Doug Apple, presente. Que conste en actas que hemos logrado un quórum para la sesión de esta noche. Las 3 próximas reuniones de esta Junta serán públicas, audiencias públicas para comentar sobre las normas propuestas y se celebrarán en las fechas y horas siguientes. El jueves 12 de junio en el Main Theater del Hostos Community College, ubicado en el 450 del Grand Concourse, en el Bronx, de 5 a 8 de la noche. El martes 17 de junio en el Symphony Space, ubicado en el 2537 de Broadway, calle 95 en Manhattan, de 5 a 8 de la noche. Y luego el viernes 27 de junio en el salón del New York City Department of Health, ubicado en el 125 de la calle Worth, segundo piso en Manhattan, de 10 a 12 del mediodía. Todo aquel que desee comentar sobre las normas propuestas en una audiencia pública deberá inscribirse para declarar. Los que deseen declarar en las audiencias públicas podrán preinscribirse con antelación. Pueden preinscribirse en línea a través de nuestra página web nyc.gov/RGB o al llamar al 212-669-7480 de 9 a 5 de la tarde de lunes a viernes. Esta preinscripción finalizará al mediodía del día laborable anterior a cada audiencia. Quienes no se preinscriban para las audiencias aún podrán inscribirse en las audiencias públicas de 5 a 8 de la noche, el 12 y el 17 de junio y de 10 a 12 del mediodía el 27 de junio. Todas las audiencias públicas se transmitirán en directo por internet y habrá interpretación al español en cada audiencia. También recibiremos comentarios sobre las normas propuestas fuera de nuestras audiencias públicas. Podrá presentar comentarios por escrito, audio o video a la Junta hasta el 27 de junio y las instrucciones para presentar estos comentarios estarán disponibles en el sitio web de la Junta en nyc.gov/RGB y por correo electrónico a ask@rgb.nyc.gov o al llamar a la Junta RGB al 212-669-7480. Nuestra votación final sobre las normas se llevará a cabo el lunes 30 de junio a partir de las 7 de la noche en el Museo del Barrio, en el 1230 de la Quinta Avenida en la calle 104 de Manhattan. Las puertas se abrirán a las 6 de la tarde y les animamos a llegar temprano para evitar retrasos y ayudar a agilizar la entrada de todos los miembros del público. Si no pueden asistir en persona, se podrá seguir la votación a través de la transmisión en directo en el canal de YouTube de la RGB. Para informarse de cómo hacerlo, visite por favor la página web del RGB, nyc.gov/RGB, o al llamar al RGB al 212-669-7480 entre las 9 de la mañana y las 5 de la tarde. Antes de continuar con los testimonios de hoy, me gustaría repasar las normas y procedimientos para quienes declararán hoy día ante la Junta. Si desean declarar, deberán confirmar su presencia con el personal de la RGB en la mesa de inscripción situada cerca de la entrada de este salón. No se llamarán a aquellos que no se hayan inscrito con el personal de la mesa de inscripción. Por este motivo, les pedimos que por favor rellenen un formulario amarillo en la mesa de inscripción, donde anotarán su nombre y se les dará un número para que puedan declarar ante la Junta hoy. Habrá intérpretes de español. Cuando se inscriban para hablar, notifíquenle por favor al personal si desean intérprete. Intentaré anunciar varios nombres con antelación para que sepan que pronto se les llamará para declarar. Ustedes verán que hay 2 micrófonos hoy día habilitados a mano izquierda y a mano derecha, y llamaré a los discursantes para que pasen adelante a ambos micrófonos hoy día. Si tienen material que desean distribuirle a la Junta, deberán entregárselo al personal de la RGB que se encuentra en la mesa de inscripción cerca de la entrada. Intentaré alternar entre inquilinos y propietarios para que ambos puedan declarar, pero esto no siempre será posible. Y para darle cabida al mayor número posible de declarantes hoy, cada uno dispondrá de 2 minutos para declarar. Se concederán 2 minutos adicionales a los declarantes que utilicen servicios de interpretación. Y para ayudar a los declarantes a controlar su tiempo, disponemos de un temporizador que verán acá en la tarima. Lo pondremos en marcha una vez que el declarante empiece a dar su testimonio. El temporizador sonará una vez que a los declarantes les queden 30 segundos y este seguirá sonando cuando se hayan agotado los 2 minutos asignados. Si los declarantes siguen hablando después de los 2 minutos, les pediremos que concluyan rápidamente su declaración. Les mencionamos que tenemos entre 60 y 70 declarantes hasta ahora que se han apuntado. Esperamos que haya muchos declarantes entre ustedes y la Junta desea escuchar el mayor número posible en el tiempo limitado del que disponemos para esta audiencia. Entendemos que puede ser difícil decir todo lo que quieran que oigamos en apenas 2 minutos, pero por favor entiendan que es nuestra responsabilidad asegurarnos de que todos los que se hayan tomado el tiempo de venir acá y declarar tengan la oportunidad de que se les escuche. Y por último les pedimos por favor cordura y respeto entre todos los declarantes y todos los presentes. Gracias por su colaboración. La Junta desea verdaderamente escuchar sus comentarios sobre las normas propuestas para el ajuste de los alquileres. Muchas gracias.
Great, thank you very much. Muchas gracias. I want to, we have an elected official who is here, I believe Councilwoman Hanife. Are you here? Please come to the microphone. Thank you, Councilwoman.
I don't believe this. Okay, this is on. Hi, everyone. Good evening, and good evening to everyone who will be testifying tonight. I see friends from the Fifth Avenue Committee, neighbors helping neighbors. And I'm here to speak on behalf of rent-stabilized tenants who are my constituents. I'm Councilmember Shahana Hanife. I represent District 39. Neighborhoods include Park Slope, Columbia Waterfront, Kensington, and surrounding areas. We are living in an affordability crisis. Rents have gone up, utility costs have gone up, groceries have gone up. Over the last 3 years, rents have gone up 9% as a result of this RGB. It's a shame, because what that does is fast-track displacement. We're also experiencing a leadership crisis. The RGB right now should be looking for ways to keep New Yorkers safe and housed, not ways to clear a path for an exit from the city they grew up in, they're raising their families in, they work in. So I implore this RGB to consider the multi-crisis that we're living under right now in our city and back tenants. I want to read just a testimony from our comptroller. He says this isn't just morally necessary, it's economically feasible. Landlords net operating income increased by 8%, even after adjusting for inflation. And with targeted support for distressed buildings, we can stabilize both tenants and owners. So we don't have to do this. Please, I implore that you take with urgency, that we freeze the rent. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm now going to call individuals who've signed up. Please come over here, over there as I indicate. Over here, William Henry. Okay, Mr. Henry, thank you. Johnny Rivera, if you could come up also. Esteban Giron, all on this side. On this side, I'd like to have Denise Clay, Kyle Sandman, and Moises Hernandez. So if you could come up, and we're going to go one at a time, just so we can make sure everybody gets to speak. So, Mr. Henry, please start with us.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is William Henry, and I'm here to speak for the tenants of 101 Lincoln Road in Brooklyn, many of whom are elderly, long-standing, rent-stabilized tenants who have watched their homes deteriorate while the building has become a financial windfall for the owner. Michael Niamantakis, that name is important. He owns more than 80 buildings. He bought 101 Lincoln Road in 2006 for $1.9 million. Since 2010, he has refinanced this property 3 times. In 2023 alone, he secured a loan for $8.35 million. That's over 4 times the original purchase price. Where did the money go? It certainly did go to the repairs. The building of 83 tenants is plagued by leaks, mold, faulty heat, and chronic maintenance issues. Tenants live in conditions that are inhumane. There's something called the warranty of habitability, and we shouldn't have to live like cows and sheep in a barn. Let's be clear. These loans are not investments in housing. They are financial instruments used to extract wealth. The law allows these refinancings, but the law does not require this board to reward them with rent hikes. In 2016, public advocate Letitia James held a press conference on our doorstep exposing how landlords use these buildings as ATM machines while neglecting their legal duty to maintain safe, habitable housing. The same year, he was ranked number 6 on the 100 worst landlords in the city. This board has the power and the responsibility to act in the public interest. Rent increases under these circumstances are not justified. They would reward the landlord who profits through debt while tenants pay the price in broken homes. We ask you, don't enable this abuse. Don't raise the rent on people who have held their communities together for years. Protect them, protect the law, and protect what rent stabilization is meant to do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Johnny Rivera, and I also would call up Esteban Giron, if he's here. After Mr. Rivera, you can get up there if you'd like, sir. Denise Clay. Denise, you'll be up here next. And then Kyle Sandman. Okay, so please, Mr. Rivera.
Good evening, but I don't think it's a good evening. Around this time period, we hear the propaganda of the landlord industry talking about the poor landlord. I hope they brought someone here who has only 6 units and is really struggling, because most of these landlords, 50% of them are corporate owners, and so many of them have a lot of money. This is one example. And yet they'll come here and cry poverty to our faces. But we know better. And we need to exert our influence, not here tonight, because this is rigged. You know, you don't get on this board, with the exception of the 2 tenant rep, without having pledged their allegiance to the landlord industry. So look at their faces. That's who they are. They go home and they live well, while the rest of us struggle as tenants. And this is a very racist act on your part, I'll tell you and your boss, because the people that are facing these problems, most of them are Black and Hispanic and Asian people. And thanks to you, they're going to have to decide whether rent money or medical money. They're going to have to decide whether they open up a little business or they don't open up a little business. You know, there's a writer in the Forbes magazine that I read, a guy that I know personally, talked about the rate of return. It made it sound so interesting, you know, poor landlords, they're not just getting enough. The rent, things have gone up, this and that. Sure, while their profits may be shrunk, we'll never know because they don't open their books up. But we know that if you're in the business, you're making money. And if you can't be in the business, get out and let us run the buildings. We can certainly do a lot better. So this is a facade. It's not real. It's not of substance. But it doesn't stop us from talking to each other. And let us remember, when the time comes, it is not here, but it's out there called Election Day to exert our voices. Please do so. And thank you for your time. Have a great evening.
Thank you, sir. Esteban Giron, please.
Good evening. My name is Esteban Giron. I'm the political director of Tenants PAC and a member of the Crown Heights Tenant Union. Yeah. 2 weeks ago, this board made the unprecedented decision to hold a revote to lower the range on 2-year leases. Mayor Adams quickly took credit for the move, but what actually happened was that the chair made a mistake during the original preliminary vote, and the public members decided to go back and fix it. Rather than own up to that mistake, Chair Doug Apple attempted to use the opportunity to rebrand this board as one that is listening to tenants, never actually owning up to a mistake that could have upended the lives of thousands of people. Shame on you, Doug. And besides, what is the point of this entire shit show of a process if has a single tenant asked for a 3.75% increase? No. What tenants in this city are demanding is a rent freeze, but you still aren't listening. Now, most of the folks on this board, other than our beloved tenant members, don't give a shit about what happens to tenants who are struggling. But there are 2 newbies here that might be listening. To the 2 new public members, Alex and Reed, you can still shake this whole thing up. Every percentage point you can claim on the lower end is a victory for working class New Yorkers and will prevent the displacement of hundreds of tenants. The world feels bleak right now, y'all. From Crown Heights to Palestine to LA, working class people are being forced out of our homes and communities by landlords and politicians and bootlickers who do their bidding. The 2 of you could be remembered not for your complicity, but for your humanity. Do right by tenants while you have a chance. And to the rest of the public members, the chair, and the landlord members, may this be the last time any of us have to stand here and look at your smug-ass faces again. Because in a couple of weeks, tenants will help elect a mayor whose mandate for a rent freeze will mean we can finally tell you monsters to go fuck yourselves. Thank you. And by the way, 25 seconds? 2 minutes after we've waited 45 minutes here for you people is so disrespectful. You should all be ashamed of yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Denise Clay, and then Kyle Sandman. Over here, just Moises Hernandez, Yvonne Hernandez, and Leonard Goodstein. So, Ms. Clay, please.
Good evening. Alec Armlovich and Reed Jordan. I'm Denise Clay. I'm a tenant at 287 Prospect Avenue in South Slope. As I understand it, you're both new to the board this year. Welcome. The others on the board may try to convince you that a rent increase is necessary. And I'm asking you to please prioritize tenants when making your decision. We're counting on you. My building, 287 Prospect Avenue in South Slope, was recently destabilized. Historically, we were a rent-stabilized for middle-income family building. This is no longer the case. Half of our block has been demolished to make way for luxury housing that I'm fairly certain we don't need. Certainly no one who currently resides in my building could afford to live there. My building is home to multiple social workers, including myself, public school teachers, educators who work for the SUNY and CUNY system, firefighter, many public sector employees, nonprofit employees, artists, essentially people that the city needs, who are constantly in conversation about whether or not we will be able to stay if the rent increases continue as they have. Many families in our building send their kids to school down the street. Again, we're a community. If the rent continues to increase at the rate that it has, we'll have to leave the city. The owner of our building, we often hear landlords need more money. The owner of our building, he drives a Bentley, he has a Mercedes, he drives a Land Rover. He currently has 7 warehoused units in our recently destabilized building. I don't think he's neglecting our building because of lack of funds. He has a history of criminal and fraudulent behavior. He's lied to us tenants. He had us sign illegal riders that didn't share our protections as tenants. For all of these reasons and so many more, we are asking you to please do the right thing for tenants. Please freeze the rent. And for God's sake, let's dig into our humanity. Thank you.
Thank you. Kyle Sandman.
Hi, good evening, and thank you for listening. My name is Kyle Sandman, and for the past few years, I've been lucky to live in a rent-stabilized unit. I say lucky because not all of my neighbors have been. Our building is currently owned by a management company that are under foreclosure. They have several open violations in our building and other buildings they own for failing to make necessary structural repairs, ongoing mold and water damage, and major rodent infestations. They did install solar panels on the roof to claim a tax credit, but as the D environmental efficiency rating for our building makes clear, they're not actually functional or even plugged in. They also have several open investigations for illegal rent overcharges and for misinforming tenants about the rent-stabilized status of the building. In fact, my wife and I did not even know the whole building was rent-stabilized until over a year after we moved in. I ask that the Rent Guidelines Board vote to freeze all rent increases, or at the very least, establish the lowest possible lease adjustments for rent-stabilized units in the coming year. Unfortunately, as you've already heard, and probably will continue to hear, I doubt my neighbors and I are alone in our experiences. If our rents are currently not going to required maintenance, or even towards mortgage payments, how can any further rent increases be justified?
Thank you, sir. I'll call up some more names. Moises Hernandez, Yvonne Hernandez, Leonard Goodstein.
Hello everyone, okay? Mi nombre es Moises Hernandez y resido en Sunset Park, Brooklyn, New York desde hace 20 años. Vivo con mi familia y además soy miembro activo de Vecinos Ayudando Vecinos y del grupo Inquilinos Unidos por Brooklyn.
Hello, everyone. My name is Moises Hernandez, and I live at Sunset Park, Brooklyn, New York, and I've lived in the neighborhood with my family now for 20 years. I'm also an active member of Neighbors Helping Neighbors and Brooklyn Tenants United.
Estoy aquí para pedirles a la Junta de Directrices que no aumenten el porcentaje de alquiler, porque para mí es difícil pagar el alquiler, pues no hay mucho trabajo.
I'm here to ask the Rent Guidelines Board not to increase the rent percentage this year. It is already very difficult for me to pay the rent as there isn't much work available.
Además, todo está aumentando de precio, pero no aumentan los sueldos. Además, mis hijos están en la escuela y aún el aumento de alquiler será más difícil para cubrir todos los gastos.
The cost of everything is going up, but wages are not. My children are in school, and a rent increase would make it even harder for me to cover all of our expenses.
Los caseros no hacen reparaciones y ellos no tienen tiempo para hacer las reparaciones. De esa manera es casi imposible vivir.
Landlords don't make repairs, and they say they don't have time to do them. It is nearly impossible to live under these conditions.
Yo amo a Sunset Park y por eso quiero pedirles que congelen el alquiler de la renta. Gracias por escucharme.
I love Sunset Park, and that is why I'm asking you to freeze the rent. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. I love you, New York. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Yvonne Hernandez, Leonard Goodstein, Nathan Bravo. You can all sort of come up and.
I'm Leonard Goodstein. I represent veterans. How many up there are veterans? Are any of you guys veterans? Do you know what it takes to live on a VA pension? We only got a 2% raise, and you're asking more than we even got. we're based on the country. We're not based on New York alone. I'm a Vietnam vet, and I'm 100% disabled. Where do we get the money from? When they're squeezing us at the VA, takes 3 months to get an appointment now? Give me a break already, man. This is not right. If you want a civil war, let's do it already. Because what you're doing is hurting guys. I'm older than all of you up there. I'm 77 years old, 2 tours in Nam. So you haven't been through what I've been through. And the landlords, if they can't afford to fix the building, sell it. The property's worth more and get the hell out. Because there's no reason why they're asking for more money. Because they can't use a screwdriver or a tool. They want to own a building. Some of them own the building so long, the walk-ups and all those buildings, they bought them for peanuts. They're already rich already. Why are you squeezing the people who are suffering? And I got paperwork to prove that our cost of living raise from the government is 2.5%. How do we do it? I'm sorry to be so angry, but not one of you been in the military. You don't know what we went through. I suffer post-traumatic stress. I was sprayed with Agent Orange and wounded. What would you say about that? You're going to throw us in the street and make us homeless? Wrong way to do it. Either do something for the vets or get rid of the mayor. We had to kiss the ring of the queen. I don't call him the king. He went there so he wouldn't go to jail. I'm pissed. We don't deserve this. I fought for this country. I killed for this country. At least respect us and give us a break, for God's sake. I'm more than a 3/4 of a century old. How much longer do I have? And you're going to squeeze me? Don't squeeze your toothpaste. Don't squeeze the poor people that are surviving on benefits and pensions for getting wounded. No, it's got to stop. If you want a war, let's do it now. I'm not afraid of nothing. I'm not afraid to die. But no, the landlords, they want to squeeze a little guy. Then let them go to the military. Every one of you should have went to the military. But the poor kids went to the military. That's who was in Vietnam. I'm sorry to be angry, but this is wrong, and you guys can fix it. Screw the landlords.
Thank you, sir.
Minute and 11 seconds.
Nathan Bravo. Nathan Bravo, please come up.
Hello, my name is Nathan Bravo. I live in Brooklyn, Sunset Park. I am a member of Brooklyn Tenants United and Neighbors Helping Neighbors. I just want to ask a quick question to the audience. Who has a younger sibling, cousin, or some sort of relative? Yep. Now, tell me, do you want to see them succeed? Do you want to see them live their dream and make happy memories? Well, tell the people that are up there sitting and already ruining their dreams. Let me tell you that they have a lot to live for. And they have so many potential. They have many hobbies. And you know what they all have in common? Money. Money is the problem right now. It makes people greedy and lose empathy. These kids have dreams, and they're struggling to achieve them because they keep raising the rent. I want to play football in my future, but it looks like I possibly can't do that. And probably these other kids won't be able to do that too, because their parents are at work to have to roof over their head. You treat us like specks of dust, thinking that we can just make us disappear. Well, we won't, because dust can come back if you don't take care of your environment. I am Nathan Bravo from Brooklyn Sunset Park, and I am asking you to freeze the rent. Thank you.
Thank you. Nora Huerto, Camille Sosa, Arsar Cano, Alandre Talentino. If your name was called, please feel free to come up to one of the two mics, and we'll get going.
Buenas tardes. Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Mi nombre es Nora Huertero
My name is Nora Huertero,
y vivo en Sunset Park.
and I live in Sunset Park.
Soy miembro del Grupo Inquilinos Unidos de Brooklyn y miembro activo de Vecinos Ayudando a Vecinos.
I'm a member of Brooklyn Tenants United and an active member of Neighbors Helping Neighbors.
Esta audiencia se realiza para que podamos dar nuestros argumentos sobre por qué no queremos un aumento de renta.
This hearing is meant for us to express why we oppose the rent increase.
Pero sinceramente no entiendo por qué ustedes parecen haber tomado una decisión de subir la renta antes de siquiera escucharnos.
But honestly, I don't understand why it feels like the decision to raise the rent was already made before you even listened to us.
Llevo años viniendo a pedir lo mismo, que no aumenten la renta.
I've spent years coming here asking for the same thing. Do not raise the rent.
Nos dicen que el aumento es para hacer reparaciones, pero ni siquiera tenemos lo básico. No hay agua caliente, no hay calefacción, no fumigan contra las cucarachas y ratones y no arreglan lo que está dañado.
I've spent years coming here asking for the same thing. Do not raise the rent. We're told that the increases are for repairs, but we don't even have the basics. No hot water, no heat, no pest control for cockroaches and rats, and no repairs for what's broken.
¿Para qué un aumento si seguimos viviendo en condiciones indignas?
So why raise the rent if we're still living under these conditions?
¿Qué más podemos hacer? Trabajamos demasiado y aún así pagamos un 50% más en comida.
What more can we do? We worked so hard and now we're paying 50% more for food.
Muchos de nosotros solo alcanzamos a decirles buenas noches a nuestros hijos.
Many of us barely have time to say good night to our own children.
Yo personalmente he perdido días de juego y momentos importantes de mi hijo por tener que trabajar.
Personally, I've missed my kids' school plays and special moments because I have to work so much.
¿Hasta cuándo nos van a escuchar?
When will you finally listen to us?
¿Cuándo se va a poner la mano en el corazón y hacer lo correcto?
When will you put your hand on your heart and do the right thing?
No más aumento. Congelar el alquiler es lo correcto.
No more increases. Freezing the rent is the right thing to do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Camille Sosa,
Yeah.
please.
Good afternoon, members of the RGB. Thank you for your time. My name is Camille Sosa. I'm a first-generation college student, a tenant organizer, and a proud daughter of a hardworking immigrant mother in Sunset Park, Brooklyn. I'm here because my mother taught me that when landlords try to break you, you fight back. When they harass you, you organize, and when they tell you this city isn't yours, you remind them that we built it. My landlord neglected my mom for years. My mom would beg for repairs to clear out the mold, the pests, the leaks in our bathroom ceiling, and she never once cared. We never once missed a month of rent, yet she couldn't do the bare minimum, give us an adequate home. We knew she wasn't living like this, so why should we? And because of her ignorance, I was diagnosed with severe asthma. I spent weeks in the hospital, but she didn't care. You guys want to know what she did care about? Money. She was never late to ask for more money, threatening to evict us if we didn't give her the 100 extra. We didn't deserve that, and I know no one here deserved the treatment they got from their landlords. Let me be clear, the working class raised these buildings, scrubbed these floors, and kept these streets alive. We're the reason New York shines, not luxury developers, not corporate landlords. But now they want to kick us out to replace our families with strangers who will never know the blood, sweat, and tears we poured into these neighborhoods. No. I've seen what happens when we fight. With Neighbors Helping Neighbors, we dragged our neglectful landlord to court and won city ownership of our building. With Assembly Member Marcela Messinas, our fight helped pass the Good Cause Eviction Bill because no one should be homeless for profit, but this is just the beginning. This fall, I'm taking our struggle to the University of Albany, then to law school, because tenants deserve lawyers who live this fight, who know that housing is a human right and not a commodity. So I stand before you asking for a no rent increase. We're not leaving, we're not begging, we're demanding. Thank you.
Thank you. Eliezer Cano, Alandre Talentino, Ariadne Alcantara. Please.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Arsar Cano. Vivo en Sunset Park, Brooklyn. Soy miembro del grupo Inquilinos Unidos por Vecinos y Ayudando Vecinos. El aumento de renta tiene varios efectos en mi economía y bienestar de mi familia, y por eso estoy aquí para pedir que no aumente la renta. El aumento de la renta reduce mi presupuesto que tengo disponible para otros gastos esenciales como alimentos, transporte y salud.
Good afternoon. My name is Arsar Cano, and I live in Sunset Park, Brooklyn, New York. I'm a member of Brooklyn Tenants United Group and Neighbors Helping Neighbors. The rent increase has several effects on my finances and the well-being of my family, and that is why I'm here today to ask that the rent not be increased. The rent hike reduces the portion of my budget available for other essential expenses, such as food, transportation, and healthcare. Sigue, señora.
Y es mayor la dificultad para ahorrar. Con una parte mayor de mis ingresos destinada a la renta, me resultaría más difícil ahorrar metas para mis metas a largo plazo, como la educación de mis hijos.
It also makes it more difficult to save money. With a larger portion of my income going towards rent, it becomes harder to save for my long-term goals, such as my children's education.
Mayor vulnerabilidad para mi familia. El aumento de la renta puede ponerme en una situación más vulnerable, especialmente si mis ingresos son más bajos y si tengo dificultades para encontrar alternativas de vivienda.
Greater vulnerability for my family. The rent increase puts me in a more vulnerable position, especially if my income is low or if I face difficulties in finding alternative housing options.
Cambio de vivienda puedo considerar mudarme a un lugar más económico, es verdad, pero eso podría afectar nuestra calidad y estabilidad de vida de mi familia. El aumento de la renta puede impactar negativamente en el capital de los inquilinos y los puede dificultar al acceso a otros servicios como créditos, otros servicios. Queremos que congelen el alquiler.
Relocation challenges. I could consider moving to a more affordable place. That's true, but doing so would impact the quality and stability of life for my family. Additionally, rent increase can negatively affect tenants' financial standing, making it harder to access services such as credit and other basic resources. We are asking you to freeze the rent.
Espero que seamos escuchados como unos inquilinos buenos.
I hope we are being listened to as the good tenants that we are.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alandre Talentino. Oh, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Alandre Talentino, and I'm part from Neighbors Helping Neighbors. I am here to talk about why do we not want rent to increase, because every single year the rent increases even more, but even though we pay on time, the owners, they just keep the money and never fix nothing. And also, my mom and my dad have to work harder every day because the rent keeps getting each time higher. They do not really have a time to be with me, and sometimes that can affect my education because my teacher told me I needed to practice with reading, but I can't because I don't have no one to read with. And also it affects them because everybody here has been paying their rent on time, but they never fix nothing. So it's not fair for us to like give all the money to them, most of the money, and our parents practically do not really have money to even afford food. And that's not fair because when the people are like getting rich and our families needing the money that they have. Thank you. What do we want?
Thank you. Thank you. Ariadne Alcantara,
Yes.
Maria Uraga, can come up, Isabel Munoz, and Samantha Bravo. Please, Ms. Alcantara.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Mi nombre es Ariadne Alcantara.
My name is Ariadne Alcantara.
Soy madre, soy hispana y vivo en Sunset Park, Brooklyn, New York.
I'm a mother, I'm Hispanic, and I live in Sunset Park, Brooklyn.
Soy miembro activo de Vecinos Ayudando a Vecinos
And I too am also an active member of Neighbors Helping Neighbors
y del Grupo Inquilinos Unidos de Brooklyn.
and Brooklyn Tenants United.
Estoy aquí para hablarle de mis necesidades básicas.
I'm here to speak about my basic needs.
Trabajo, pero no me alcanza para cubrir los recibos de gas y electricidad.
I work, but my income is not enough to cover the gas and electricity bills.
Cada año nos aumentan el alquiler y el casero siempre pone excusa para no hacer las reparaciones en el apartamento.
Every year, our rent goes up, and the landlord always makes excuses to avoid making repairs in the apartment.
Un aumento en el alquiler me afecta mucho económicamente porque todo está muy caro. Tengo que buscar otro trabajo para poder llevar comida a mi familia.
A rent increase affects me deeply because everything is already so expensive, and I have to look for a second job just to feed my family.
No quiero un aumento en el alquiler, todo está demasiado caro. Queremos que congele el alquiler, por favor.
I do not want a rent increase. Everything is already too expensive as it is. We want the rent to freeze. Thank you for your attention.
Gracias por su atención.
Thank you. Thank you. Isabel Munoz. Isabel? And then followed by Samantha Bravo
Isabel.
and Chela Manorga. Mayorga, I'm sorry. Mayorga. Sorry. Marie. Isabel.
Okay. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Isabel Munoz. Yo soy madre, yo resido en Sunset Park, Brooklyn, New York, desde hace muchos años. Además, soy miembro activo de Vecinos Ayudando a los Vecinos y del Grupo Inquilinos Unidos de Brooklyn.
Sí, la siguiente frase.
Estoy aquí para decirles el motivo por el cual no se debería aumentar el alquiler que ustedes han propuesto.
Good afternoon. My name is Isabel Munoz. I'm a mother and I have lived in Sunset Park, Brooklyn for many years. I am an active member of Neighbors Helping Neighbors and Brooklyn Tenants United. I'm here to explain why the proposed rent increase should not move forward.
Yo vivo con mi familia y hemos pasado por situaciones difíciles. Durante el frío invierno no tuvimos calefacción ni agua caliente. Además de eso, el casero se toma demasiado tiempo hacer reparaciones, pero sí quiere el alquiler.
I live with my family and we have gone through very difficult situations. During the cold winter, we had no heat and no hot water. On top of that, the landlord takes too long to make repairs, yet he still wants the rent paid.
Tanto el casero como el superintendente no contestan las llamadas. Nosotros los inquilinos demandamos al casero en la Corte de Vivienda para poner presión y él cumpla con sus responsabilidades.
Neither the landlord nor the super answers our calls. We tenants had to take the landlord to housing court to put pressure on him for him to meet his responsibilities.
Un aumento en el alquiler me afecta económicamente ya que tengo que trabajar más horas y también me preocupa a mis hijos, pues no convivo con ellos por tener que trabajar y pagar los aumentos que han hecho en los últimos años.
A rent increase would affect me financially because I already have to work more hours. I worry about my children because I cannot spend time with them due to having to work more to afford the rent increases from recent years.
Estoy aquí para pedirles que no aumenten el porcentaje del alquiler. Les pido que sean conscientes de la gravedad. Pido congelen el alquiler.
I am here to ask you not to raise the rent percentage. Please be mindful of how serious the situation is. I respectfully ask that you freeze the rent.
Gracias por su atención.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you. Samantha Bravo, Chela Mayorga, and Victorina Castillo. You can all come up and we'll go one at a time. So, Samantha?
Oh, she said she was called
María Uruga.
Oh, I'm sorry?
Maria Uraga.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Sí, disculpe, señora, venga.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, I apologize. Yes.
Okay. Diga buenas tardes, a ver si usted puede.
Buenas tardes a todos los presentes.
¿Prefiere este mejor?
Okay. Buenas tardes a todos los presentes.
Good afternoon to everyone present.
Muchas gracias a los miembros del RGB por estar aquí y escuchar nuestros testimonios.
Thank you so much to the members of the RGB for being here and listening to our testimonies.
Mi nombre es María Uraga, soy miembro de Vecinos Ayudando Vecinos y vivo en Sandman Park, Brooklyn. Estoy aquí para hablar de cómo un aumento en la renta afectaría a mi comunidad.
My name is Maria Uraga. I'm a member of Neighbors Helping Neighbors, and I live in Sunset Park, Brooklyn. I'm here to talk about how a rent increase would affect my community.
Mi comunidad está compuesta en su mayoría por personas indocumentadas, gente trabajadora, padres y madres de familia que hoy viven con miedo a las redadas de ICE, miedo a ser separados de sus seres queridos, pero a pesar de todo salen cada día a trabajar para llevar el sustento a sus hogares.
My community is mostly made up of undocumented people, working people, fathers and mothers who today live in fear of ICE raids, fear of being separated from their loved ones. But despite everything, they go out to work every day to provide for their homes.
Mucha gente está perdiendo sus empleos y un aumento en la renta destruiría la estabilidad física y emocional de sus familias. Algunos caseros se aprovechan de esta situación amenazando con llamar a ICE cuando quieren imponer aumentos ilegales o desalojar a inquilinos de sus viviendas.
Many people are losing their jobs, and a rent increase would destroy the physical and emotional stability of their families. Some landlords take advantage of this situation, threatening to call ICE when they want to impose illegal increases or evict tenants from their homes.
Yo creo que el único delito de las personas indocumentadas es soñar con un futuro mejor para sus hijos, un futuro que en sus países de origen les fue negado. Por eso les pido que al momento de votar piensen en toda esta gente trabajadora que no puede permitirse otro aumento de renta. Que Dios les dé sabiduría para marcar la diferencia. Muchas gracias.
I believe that the only crime of undocumented people is dreaming of a better future for their children, a future that was denied to them in their countries of origin. Therefore, I ask you, when you vote, to think of all these hardworking people who cannot afford another rent increase. May God give you wisdom to make a difference. Thank you.
¿Qué es lo que queremos todos los que estamos aquí?
What do we all want, everyone that's here?
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Isabel Munoz, Samantha Bravo, Chela Mayorga.
Isabel Munoz
Isabel spoke?
spoke already.
Samantha? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Samantha Bravo. I'm from Sunset Park, Brooklyn, and I'm with Neighbors Helping Neighbors. Like mostly everyone here tonight, I'm coming from work to tell you just one thing. We cannot afford another rent increase. Each of you holds a privilege that we don't. You sit on the other side of these hearings, and you hear people pour their hearts out. You see people cry. You've witnessed the fear in people's voices as they describe their struggle to survive in this city. You've even watched children speak on issues they shouldn't even worry about. Two so far. We've even had a veteran come and tell their struggles. Come on. If I were in your shoes, I will vote for a rent freeze. And you know why? Because no one living with roaches and mice crawling through their home, no one waiting months for basic repairs, no one dealing with harassment from their landlord should be expected to pay more to live in such degrading conditions. With privilege comes responsibility. Amen. And tonight, the responsibility is yours. You have the power to decide whether the quality of life for millions of tenants across New York City improves or deteriorates even further. So I ask you, check the privilege that you carry and use it to serve the people of New York City. Because when the people of the city are not just, the people of New York City aren't just asking, they're begging you to freeze the rent. So it's time to listen. Thank you.
Chela Mayorga, Victorino Castillo, and Maya T.
My name is Victorina Castillo. I live in Diker Heights, and I came here just to witness what's happening.
Come a little closer so we can hear you.
I just want to witness what's happening here. I always am a dutiful citizen because I see the garbage trash, this failure of this scraps that you gave people, these big bins, but it's used to mix everything in my apartment. And therefore, I cannot say much because I was almost evicted in this apartment. But then I have to say something. Tonight, I want to highlight an overlooked truth. Not all landlords and not all tenants face the same financial reality. Landlords fall into two categories. This is my thinking. Small landlords managing 6-unit buildings is struggling with rising taxes, and maintenance costs. That's politics. Large landlords controlling thousands of units with corporate resources to absorb financial shifts. Meanwhile, tenants also have stark differences. There are low-income tenants barely making ends meet, forced to cut essential when rent rises. Higher-earning tenants earning over $100K with savings that cushion financial changes. And beyond income levels, housing history matters. Many tenants live in grandfathered, rent-stabilized apartments passed down through generations at lower cost, while newcomers struggle with steep market rate. We cannot continue using one-size-fits-all rent policies and ignore these differences. Small landlords maybe should have alternatives like offering equity to the tenants in exchange for higher rent, so there's a stake of ownership that people like us should be given. Rent stabilization should be targeted considering tenant income and financial hardship, not blanket rent hikes that affect everyone the same way. Fair housing isn't just about numbers. It's about understanding financial realities and crafting policies that balance affordability for tenants and viability for landlords. We can get so emotional, but emotions do not work in this place. That's all. We can shout everything, crying about cockroaches that live in my apartment too. I was almost evicted, so I cannot even voice to that person, excuse me, your garbage trash is just a sin. It's just horrible. And I even sweep the front because I cannot say the racial. I'm not a racial person. But different cultures living in this city have their own culture. Of course, you cannot live with a Japanese on top, Singaporean on the second, and Filipino on the third, and Italian on the fourth floor. That's all. And I ask you to please consider what these people are talking about. In your hearts, I don't know if you rented an apartment before. Thank you.
Thank you. Victorina Castillo, Maya T., and Sam Chira. Victorina? Maya?
Hello, my name is Mia. I'm a rent-stabilized tenant in New York City, and I'm with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. And I would like to ask the Rent Guidelines Board to raise your hand if you live in a rent-stabilized unit.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I would like you to raise your hand if you're rent-burdened. Do you pay more than 50% of your income on rent? Have you ever had to choose between rent and groceries? Ever? So why do these 9 individuals get to choose what our rent is for 2 million New Yorkers? Who put you on this panel? And that's a rhetorical question because we know who put you on this panel. It was Eric Adams, who was given the most funding from landlord lobbies in his mayoral election. So what kind of democracy is this? We have a mayor who is funded by landlords when most of the city is renters, and we have an unelected board of individuals who say, forget that we're losing SNAP, forget that we're losing Medicare, forget that we're losing all government benefits. We're going to increase the rent on New Yorkers. And I don't know about you. Maybe Christina Smith, maybe your wages went up, but my wages have not gone up in years. But you know what has gone up? Medical bills, groceries, my rent. And without people who rent in New York, landlords have no jobs. It's actually a fake job, and I know it's a fake job because my landlord doesn't do his job. And so we are tired of asking for a rent freeze. A rent freeze is the lowest bar. It's the right to live in your home for another year. That's what a rent freeze is. What we're asking is total public control of the Rent Guidelines Board and a system that guarantees free and safe housing for all New Yorkers. Fight, fight, fight! Housing is a human right! Fight, fight, fight! Housing is a human right! Fight, fight, fight! Housing is a human right!
Thank you. Sam Chiera?
Chiera, yeah.
Chiera.
I mean, I wish I could just cede my time
Also,
to you. That was fantastic.
Stephanie already went, right? Stephanie Bravo went.
Hi, my name is...
Adela. Oh, I'm sorry.
So,
Stephanie Bravo next.
Oh, okay.
1 second, sir.
Sure.
Adela Campbell. Adela Campbell. All right. Sir.
Yeah, oh, hi. My name is Sam Chiera. I'm the Director of Litigation for Communities Resist. We're a nonprofit legal services organization. Mostly what we do is we help tenants, groups of tenants, bring lawsuits against their landlords for repairs and against harassment and discrimination in Brooklyn and Queens. So, you know, I'm a rent-stabilized tenant. Before I go there, I'd just like to thank everybody for coming out and testifying. Thanks to the tenants. Thanks to all the community-based organizations who have come out and who have organized a lot of the testimony here. I really appreciate it. New York really appreciates it. The tenants of New York really appreciate it. And thank you to the Rent Guidelines Board for hearing our testimony today. So, what I'm here to talk to you guys about are the groups of tenants that we represent, which are primarily low-income, struggling working families, right, who enjoy the protections of rent stabilization, without which they would not be in their homes. I know this because their landlords often try to deprive them of their rights to rent stabilization by hook or by crook, right? I'd like to say that, look, this is a time of deep crisis, a deep housing crisis, and while landlord profits are going up, the wages of the working class poor are not. And they struggle, and I see their struggle every day to put food on their tables, to send their families, to make sure their families can get to school, to pay for basic necessities, right? They cannot afford another rent increase. Over the last 4 years during this administration, rent has gone up on yearly leases almost 9%? It's a ridiculous amount, right? Again, there's an economic crisis for the poor, right? There's not an economic crisis for everyone, but definitely for the poor. And they're the ones who need protections. They need the protections of rent stabilization, and we cannot afford an increase. 0.00. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Stephanie Bravo.
Hi, my name is Stephanie, and I live in Brooklyn Sunset Park with my 2 baby boys. I'm a full-time college student, a part-time worker, and a single mom who left an abusive relationship to create a safer future for my children. Rent in NYC is already unaffordable, and an increase would be devastating for families like mine. I live with my parents because I can't afford a place of our own, even with food stamps and a child care voucher. I struggle to keep up balancing night classes, work, and motherhood is already overwhelming. Every dollar matters, but it's not just the cost, it's the conditions. In the winter, we don't get heat or hot water. Our ceiling is falling apart, and instead of fixing it, our landlord just slides cement over it. Our windows need to be replaced, and it was easier for our landlord to nail them shut. Now we, along with 1 and a 2-year-old, live in an unsafe, unhealthy conditions because you give us no other choice. We spoke up about this, and now we have to go to court and fight eviction. I'm sharing my story because behind every statistic is a real person, a family trying to survive. I urge you to think about families like mine when considering rent increases. We are not asking for favors. We are asking for fairness, for a chance to live with dignity in the city we call home. We need support, not more hardship.
Thank you. Adela Campbell Eltanaway. Barbara Lopez. Fabian Bravo. Oh, got it. Okay. And do we have?
¿Necesita traducción? Okay. ¿Una copia o tiene una copia o no?
No, no tengo.
Ok, no se preocupe.
Bueno, aquí está.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Es en español.
Oh, ok, está bien.
¿Empezar?
Sí, señora.
Please. I'm sorry.
Buenas tardes. Gracias por su atención.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your attention.
Mi nombre es Bárbara López. Soy residente también de Sunset Park. Vivo en ese edificio hace más de 42 años.
My name is Barbara Lopez. I live in Sunset Park, and I have lived in the same building about 42 years.
Estoy aquí para hablarle de la situación que vivo en mi edificio.
I'm here to talk to you about the situation that I'm living in my building.
Ha sido muy difícil vivir en malas condiciones.
It's been very difficult living under horrible conditions.
Yo tuve que reparar el baño de mi casa,
I had to fix my bathroom,
el piso y todo el departamento completo.
the flooring for the entire apartment.
También tuve que reemplazar el año pasado el refrigerador.
I also had to replace the refrigerator last year.
Ahora me toca la estufa y el dueño no me contesta nunca.
And now I have to fix the stove, and the landlord never takes my calls.
Vivo arriba del subway.
I live above the subway.
Las puertas y las ventanas están quebradas y hay agujeros por todos lados.
The doors and the windows are broken all over the place and there are holes all over the place.
Tuve que conseguir un gato por los ratones.
I also had to get a cat because of the mice.
Todos estos gastos han sido por mi cuenta.
And all of these costs have come out of my pocket.
Mis vecinos tienen miedo a decir algo por temor a su estatus migratorio.
My neighbors are scared to say anything due to their immigration status.
Eso a mí y a mi familia nos ha afectado mucho.
And this has affected myself and my family very much.
Mis hijos ya se fueron, no quieren vivir así.
My children have left. They do not want to live like this.
Ellos crecieron en Sunset Park y amamos Sunset Park.
They grew up in Sunset Park, and we love Sunset Park.
El día menos pensado, con un movimiento del tren, el edificio va a colapsar.
At some point, just with the movement of the train, the building is going to just crumble.
En agosto tengo que renovar contrato y me van a volver a aumentar.
I have to renew my lease in August, and they're going to increase it again.
Ya tengo 65 años y desde la pandemia no tengo un trabajo estable. Trabajo 2 o 3 días y solamente trabajo para pagar mi renta.
I am 75 years old, and since the pandemic, I have not been able to find a steady job. I work 2 or 3 days, and that's basically for me to be able to pay rent.
Es solo para lo que vivo, para pagar mi renta.
That's all I can afford with that is just to pay my rent.
Estoy cansada. Yo quiero seguir viviendo en Sunset Park. Por favor, piensen que somos seres humanos y venimos a trabajar.
I have to continue working, and I want to stay in Sunset Park. Please remember that we are human beings, and we have to work.
Muchas gracias por su atención.
Thank you so much for your attention. Tome, señora.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Blanca Perez. Oh, I'm sorry. Your name, sir?
Fabián.
Fabián.
Oh, Fabian.
¿Cómo está?
Bien, gracias. ¿Tiene una traducción? Okay.
Yeah, that's Fabian. Please,
What
sir.
do we want? What do we want? What do we want? Escuchan, estamos en la lucha. Estamos en la lucha. Vecinos, no, espérense. ¿Qué queremos? ¿Qué queremos? Mi nombre es Fabián Bravo, vivo en Sunset Park, Brooklyn, Nueva York, y soy organizador de inquilinos con vecinos ayudando vecinos.
Okay. My name is Fabián Bravo, and I live in Sunset Park, Brooklyn. I'm a tenant organizer with Neighbors Helping Neighbors.
Los gastos básicos están aumentando cada vez más y no es justo el aumento de alquiler que ustedes proponen. No es justo que ustedes pongan el interés de los caseros por encima de los inquilinos.
Basic living expenses keep rising, and the rent increase you are proposing is basically unfair. It's not right to prioritize landlords' interests over those of tenants.
No es justo.
It's not fair.
En los últimos años, los aumentos han sido a favor de los caseros.
In the recent years, the increases have overwhelmingly favored landlords.
Las cortes de vivienda están llenos de casos de evicción sin fundamento.
Housing courts are full of eviction cases, many of them without just cause.
Todo es preocupante y nos están poniendo la soga al cuello con estos aumentos del alquiler.
All of this is deeply concerning, and these rent increases are tightening the noose around our necks.
Por nuestros hijos, por nuestra comunidad, pedimos que congelen el alquiler.
For our children and our community, we are asking you to freeze the rent. Thank you. Tome, señor. Gracias.
Adela? Blanca Perez. Blanca Perez, do we have Blanca? Oh, I'm sorry, yes, we do. Please, Blanca.
Hello, mi nombre es Blanca Pérez, he sido residente de Paslow. I'm sorry, estoy nerviosa.
My name is Blanca Perez, and I live in Park Slope, Brooklyn, New York.
Soy miembro activo de Vecinos Ayudando Vecinos. He estado viviendo en este edificio desde 1999. El casero no hacía reparaciones en el apartamento ni en el edificio.
I'm an active member of Neighbors Helping Neighbors and Brooklyn Tenants United. I've been living in my building since 1990, and for many years, the landlord didn't make any repairs to the apartment or the building.
Hace 5 años, una persona compró el edificio. Nos dijo que nos podía dar un dinero porque él había comprado ese edificio para renovarlo y rentarlo más caro.
5 years ago, someone bought the building and offered us money to move out. He told us he'd purchase the building to renovate it and sell it at a higher price.
Cuando nosotros llegamos a ese edificio, la mayoría éramos hispanos y afroamericanos.
I remember when I first moved into this building, the Hispanic and African American community was the majority.
La gentrificación, ahora somos el 1% y realmente eso ha subido tanto la renta que uno ya no puede pagar.
Now, we are only 1%. Gentrification has led to higher rents and has slowly displaced our community.
Quiero decirles que mi situación es un tanto precaria porque hay veces que no sé si pagar mi renta o pagar la luz, el gas, la comida o mi insulina.
I have to be honest with you, I'm living in a very precarious situation at the moment. With my current income, I can't afford to pay the rent and also cover basic needs like food, electricity, gas, and my insulin.
Es triste pensar que las personas como yo, que somos ya de la tercera edad, hay que pensar si podemos seguir, si mis hijos no me pueden ayudar en un tiempo, con lo poco que yo gano, no podría yo pagar, me quedaría desamparada en la calle.
It is sad to say, but someone of my age has to now make the decision of paying the rent or covering personal needs. Of course, my children cannot help me because they have their own responsibilities, and my fear is that I would become destitute.
Quiero pedirles que por favor se pongan la mano en el corazón y piensen en las personas como yo.
I please ask you to place your hand on your hearts and to think of all New Yorkers.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much.
Charlene Davis. Is Charlene Davis here? Can we bring a microphone up to her? I think she needs, assistance, if you could.
Sure.
I'll also ask Roberto Rodriguez and Alma Moran to be ready to speak next.
There you go.
Ms. Davis?
Yes. Thank you folks so much for allowing me to speak. My name is Charlene Davis, and I'm with Met Council. My reasoning for coming out today is to represent those who don't have a voice. I am disabled. I use a wheelchair. I think it's unfair for the board not to have someone on the board that represents someone who looks like me. In order to understand someone like me, you have to be like me. It's not easy living your life from a wheelchair. It's not easy having to determine whether or not you can pay your rent or you can buy your medicine or you can get your cancer medicine. Medicine is very expensive. And these landlords need to realize that one day you're going to be old too, and you never know what's going to happen to you. And you may need someone's help. It's time to stop and freeze these rents. It's time for the government to realize that people can't afford this. We're having more and more homeless people. And with making this rent go up, the only thing you're doing is making it worse and making it be more homeless people. It's a shame that the government will pay for someone to stay in a shelter, billions of dollars, but will not give you that kind of money to pay for your rent. It's ridiculous. It needs to stop. I would like to see a board that represents everybody in this place. People who come from other countries, people who don't speak English, Russian people, people in wheelchairs. Every time I go to a meeting, people are looking at me like I'm crazy. What are you doing here? I'm here to represent those who cannot represent themselves and who cannot speak up. Sometimes going into these buildings is very difficult because your board don't think about the handicapped people. How are they going to be able to get in here to speak or to be able to be in front to speak? I have to sit way back here. Why? There are laws that are against not having access and having access bathrooms for people to use like myself. Please think about what you're doing because one day this could be you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Roberto Rodriguez and Alma Moran. Roberto, please.
Señor, ¿necesita traducción o no?
No.
Ok, pero
Gracias.
permíteme entrar entonces. No hay problema, señora.
My name is Roberto Rodriguez. I live between North and South Williamsburg. I am here today because since I've been living in this neighborhood for 60 years, I want to be able to continue to live in this neighborhood where all my friends, my children have grown up. I can't understand how these increases have been occurring since January the 1st, 2022. 9% since then. My recent renewal, $40. And I expect that there's going to be another $40 by the end of the day. This is not right. When you live in a neighborhood, when you live in a building that you pre-war building that has 6 empty apartments for 20 years, you have to run and drop or throw the garbage from the landing into the courtyard because it's rat infested, okay? When you walk up the stairs, there are roaches that have learned to fly up, okay? I live on the 5th floor and they fly up. And these are bed bugs as well, okay? How can you tell me you want to give real estate industry an increase when they claim that they have made a profit of 12%? That's not right. I am a retired New York City employee and I can't afford to pay my rent. I have to be hopping on my neighborhood pantries in order to make the day's end and feed my family. And you want to increase these people's income. That's a shame. That's a shame. How can you live, how can you sleep knowing this? Okay? The trend is that the average median income is not going up. Rents are going up. They're going to continue to go up. This is why I tell everybody in here, when you walk out, make sure you get a paper like this and vote for this man. You know why? because he's listening to what I am saying. He is listening to the communities who are rent burdens, and this is what we need. I hope that next year when I come back to a hearing like this, I only see 2 people up there, and they know who they are. The rest, I wish you good luck. Thank you.
Thank you. Alma Moran. If I could, next, Nicole Cohen and Brianna Soyun.
Sí puede. Yo no, la podemos. ¿Es ese o este? No, creo que es este. Creo que es este. ¿Puede? ¿O está como? Ok, ahí. Oh, perfecto.
Ahí.
Ok.
Hello. Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Alma Morán y yo estoy aquí porque yo vivo en el 244 de 293 de Hooper Street y estoy apoyando a los sures. Es una unión que queremos que nos apoye, que nos ayude, porque siempre tenemos problemas con la persona que nos renta el apartamento.
Un momento. Good evening, everyone. My name is Salma Moral, and I live at 293 Cooper Street. I represent the group in Los Sures, and we're an organization that is asking for help and for support with the person that we rent from.
Hace 3 semanas atrás yo tuve un problema.
3 weeks ago, I had a problem.
Tengo un niño de 2 años y medio, una niña de 8 años.
I have a 2-year-old son and an 8-year-old daughter.
Yo no les pude cocinar a mis niños en la mañana, en la tarde, en la noche. Estuve por 3 semanas.
I could not cook for my children in the morning, in the afternoon, in the nighttime. I was like that for 3 weeks.
Estuve compra y compra comida cuando la comida está demasiado cara.
And I had to buy food and buy food and buy food when food is so expensive.
El dueño de la renta no me quiere reembolsar ese dinero que yo gasté. Él quiere la renta completa.
The landlord does not want to reimburse me for the money that I spent on that. But he does want his entire rent.
El apartamento está destrozándose cada día más. El baño se cae del agua. Cuando yo vivo en el 5º piso, aparte de mí hay más gente viviendo arriba. Cuando se bañan, chorrea el agua.
So the apartment is slowly self-destructing. I live on the 5th floor, and there are people that live on the floors above me. When they shower, the water just comes leaking all the way down to my apartment.
Los gaveteros, las puertas chillan, ya no cierran. Abajo del gavetero hay un hueco que huele a mucha humedad, mucha agua que se está cayendo.
The cabinets, they squeak. The doors don't always close for the cabinets. And en el fregadero, dijo usted.
Sí.
And underneath the kitchen sink, there's like a hole, and it smells like just stank water.
Son cosas del apartamento que no están arregladas. Y cómo ellos quieren subir renta. Eso es injusto.
Things in the apartment that are not fixed, and how do they think that it's fair to raise rent? It's not.
Ellos no les importa si uno vive bien o vive mal. Ellos cada año quieren estar sube y sube renta. Cuando ellos no suben el sueldo hacia los gente que trabaja. ¿Cómo vamos a poder pagar más renta?
They don't care if you're living well, if you're living horribly. They don't care. They just want to increase and increase and increase the rent. But what's not increasing is the income.
Eso es injusto. Lo que yo pasé 3 semanas sin mis niños poderles cocinar un huevo hervido, un pancake o algo, darles de comer. Eso era todos los días.
It's unfair that I had to spend 3 weeks not being able to cook for my children. I couldn't boil them eggs. I couldn't make a pancake. It's not fair. And I spent 3 weeks like that.
Por esta razón yo estoy aquí, estoy apoyando, estoy protestando, porque eso lo que están pidiendo, eso es injusto. Hay mucha gente mayores de edad que no tienen esa posibilidad de agarrar y pagar más renta. ¿Por qué? Porque ya no tienen trabajo.
So that is the reason why I'm here and I'm protesting, because this is unfair. There are many elderly people who cannot pay something like this because they no longer work, and it's just not right.
Yo vivo en el 5º piso y me cuesta cada día subir con mis compras de compra, con mi bebé, con mi niña, irla a recoger, traer de la escuela. Eso es algo que ellos no ponen elevador, están pidiendo renta cada rato, su renta puntual, cuando ellos no arreglan nada por uno, no hacen nada por uno. ¿Qué dicen? Págueme la renta, vamos a ver si le podemos arreglar. O uno tiene esperanzas de que van a arreglar y llega el mes y otra vez no arreglan.
I live on the 5th floor, and it's getting harder and harder to go up the stairs with my, bags of, if I buy food or things that I have to buy, with my baby, with my 8-year-old daughter. It's not fair. We have asked for elevators. They refuse to pay to put in an elevator, but they're always wanting their rent. And not only that, they want their rent on time. But it's not fair. It's for them, it's like rent. And we ask, can we have some repairs? A month goes by, another month goes by, another month goes by, and nothing gets done. But the rent, they want it on time.
Eso es todo lo que yo quería decir, lo que yo pasé.
That's all I wanted
Siento
to say,
que
what I
alguien
went through.
debería de ponerse en mi lugar y sentir lo que yo viví, lo que yo pasé.
I feel like someone should put themselves in my shoes and try to understand what I went through and what I lived.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nicole Cohen, Brianna Soline, and Catherine Salerno. Nicole?
My name is Nicole Cohen. I'm a proud PSC CUNY member and Brooklyn College employee, and I'm here to demand a rent freeze from the board this year. I'm a social worker living in a rent-stabilized apartment in the beautiful community of Ditmas Park. I serve thousands of students and their family members a year, running the food pantry on campus and assisting students with urgent housing needs, and my own rent stabilization makes my continued work possible. 40,000 CUNY employees support 275,000 students per year, 45% of them first-generation college students, a testament to the city's commitment to education and upward mobility. 52% of undergraduate CUNY students are low income, compared to 32% nationwide. Students fight hard to achieve the best possible life for themselves and their families. I work with hundreds of struggling students to afford living in this city, as this Adams-appointed Rent Guidelines Board has raised our rents year after year. Landlord profits are up, but my students cannot afford rent as is, let alone increases. Their families are lifelong New Yorkers. They are city workers, nurses, nonprofit workers, childcare providers. These are essential jobs performed by cherished residents who make our city run. We can't let the backbone of our city get priced out. Raising the rent would be a failure for the 50,000 CUNY students who graduate annually into roles that keep our city vibrant, educated, and pioneering, our communities strong, our populace diverse, and our communities safe. I want to remind you the preliminary ranges are not legally binding. I implore you to do the right thing and freeze the rent for 2.4 million rent-stabilized tenants on June 27th. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Brianna Soline, please. And then followed by Catherine Salerno.
Hello, my fellow Brooklynites. My name is Brianna Solin. I'm a born and raised New York resident and resident of 1834 Caton Avenue. Our tenant union has been in an ongoing struggle for the last year, demanding basic maintenance and humanity from our slumlords, Jonathan Samet and Leon Goldenberg. Ooh. Despite winning our group HP action last year, despite our landlords being mandated to make repairs in the building, despite being placed and taken off of the AEP program the city has for slumlords, our neighbors are still living in hazardous and life-threatening conditions. Shame. Just last week, I spoke to my neighbors. One woman was a young mother with young children dealing with lead paint on her walls. A disabled senior woman who was injured when a cabinet fell on her after complaining about it many times to the landlord. Tenants with mold, roaches, leaks, horrible issues that are keeping them up at night. Where is the money going? My landlord got an increase last year. Landlords got a historic rent increase last year, in fact. Their income has increased 12%. Do you think my neighbors have had an increase? Any system that would result in this is a broken system. And to my fellow tenants, we can yell and scream at these people all night. We can beg them for change. It's not gonna change. The only way it's gonna change is if we organize. If we mobilize. We have to exercise our power. We have to make them afraid of us. Join org.
Thank you. Catherine Salerno, Jasmine Reed, followed by Isabella Greco. Catherine?
Hi, I'm Kathy Salerno.
Thank you.
I wrote something. I'm a rent-stabilized tenant in Park Slope. I wrote something, and I'm just going to try to just go off my mind. I was thinking a lot about, like, I've been to these before, and I was like, I know you guys are actually just people, and I'm like, I don't know if these people are really listening or if this is like a box to check. How can I make people, like, hear what I'm saying? And I was like, I don't know. I think I just have to say how I feel. And like everyone here, I feel lucky to have a rent-stabilized unit, even though it takes 50% of my income. That's right, 50% of my income. And now I'm in a position where when student loans restart, which will be another $600 a month for me, and what we are left with after COVID is that everyone who was not disabled is now halfway on their way to being disabled. So my medical costs now, because I go to physical therapy twice a week and I have mental health services, so student loans and health costs with insurance, I have health insurance, are $1,600 a month. Here's my question to all of you. Is a city that has to constantly have new residents coming in to be able to afford the increasing rent and the fees, is that like a functioning city, or is it a pyramid scheme? And I'm not like trying to go up here and be like, I'm like all edgy. Like literally you are pricing the people out who help your kids, the people who bandage the wounds of the members of your family that come in. This can't just be a city of finance bros and lawyers. It can't. I'm sorry, it can't. And if I can make one point, honestly, like, what is an essential worker? Respectfully, landlords, not essential workers. I'm sorry. They're not. They're not. Not anymore. Not anymore. I'm sorry. They're not.
Thank you. Jasmine Reed, Isabella Greco.
Freeze the rent! 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 Woo!
Jasmine Reed.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jasmine. I am an organizer with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. And I am a worker and a tenant who is sick and tired of being sick and tired of how increasingly impossible it is to afford a basic, decent life in the richest city, in the richest country on earth. Because of undemocratic bodies like the Rent Guidelines Board, who hold hearings like this to disguise the fact that each and every one of them was appointed with a mandate to raise the rent by a mayor who is himself a landlord and who received more money from the real estate lobby than any other candidate in the last election. Shame. I'm sick and tired of a system that prioritizes the greed of landlords over the needs of tenants, millions of New Yorkers who are struggling to pay skyrocketing rents, who are struggling to pay skyrocketing rents and seeing more and more of our beloved neighbors be pushed out of our communities. Because the Rent Guidelines Board has a legal mandate to keep landlords rich and tenants poor. Shame. So I'm here to not only demand a rent freeze, but to demand that we as working class New Yorkers organize, mobilize, and build the only democratic power that we have, which is people power. Enough people power to overturn this whole rotten system that keeps us sick and tired, for a new system that guarantees housing as a human right. Fight, fight, fight. Housing is a human right. Fight, fight, fight. Housing is a human right. Fight, fight, fight. Housing is a human right. Fight, fight, fight. Fight, fight, fight. Fight, fight, fight. Fight, fight, fight.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Isabella Greco, Carlos Guerrero, and Chase Loudon. Isabella?
Hello. My name is Isabella. I'm also a member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation. You know, they want us to come up here. They basically want us on our knees, you know, begging for crumbs while they're trying to figure out, am I gonna get a second or a third plate? And it's like, we made the food. And then we're gonna have to wash the dishes. So it's like, and another thing, what are you guys writing up there? Are you listening to our pleas and being like, okay, this person's got roaches, you know, this person's got mold and leaks. You know, we're asking you for one thing. Freeze the rent. Freeze the rent. We deserve dignified housing. Housing for all. Housing is a human right. We deserve hygiene. We deserve a board that represents us, that has our needs in mind. You know, it's crazy to see the lengths that the state is willing to go to and the money that they're willing to spend to repress us, to deport us, to brutalize us. But they won't lift a finger to house us, to feed us, to, you know, give us proper education that we deserve. And it is sick. It is sick that we have to come up here and beg when, like my comrade Jasmine said, you know, they're here to represent one interest, the interest of the wealthy, the ruling class. They want to raise the rent. And it's ridiculous that we have to, you know, we all just work today, we work tomorrow, we probably worked yesterday, and we're coming here on a night to you know, demand something that should be already given to us, something that we are already working for every day. And it's ridiculous. Fight, fight, fight. Housing is a human right. Fight, fight, fight. Housing is a human right. Fight, fight, fight. Housing is a human right. Fight, fight, fight.
Thank you. Carlos Guerrero.
I'm here.
Chase Loudon. Carlos.
Hello. Good evening, everybody. My name is Carlos. I'm here as a tenant in a rent stabilized unit. I work in permanent supportive housing for almost a decade. And I wanted to come here to demand a rent freeze and to oppose the violence that this board is proposing for New Yorkers. I know a fundamental truth, and I do know that housing instability is a direct violence to people's physical and mental health. And suggesting a rent increases now while our federal government is also proposing to kick people out of Medicaid, kick people out of their SNAP benefits. This is violence. This is violence for our fellow New Yorkers. Proposing a rent hike when people are struggling financially, when people are not able to get a pay increase in my 5 years living in New York City, I haven't had a pay increase, but my rent has been increased several times. I also want to highlight that New York City is the place where we came to understand that housing instability is fundamental to people's well-being. New York City is, securing housing prevents trauma and further violence. So proposing an increase in rent is proposing violence to New Yorkers. It's a shame that an unelected board is deciding which New Yorkers will have to decide, will have to face the violence of an eviction. Your decision that we are opposing will have to make people decide whether they have to buy medicine, insulin, like we've heard, or buy rent, or pay rather rent. People will have to make the decision to buy their medication, to buy their food. People will have to make a decision whether they need to get a second, third job to pay their rent. And we also heard here that children are also the victims of the violence that this board is proposing. And like it's been said here, you have the responsibility, you have the power to prevent this violence, to prevent this uncertainty, to prevent just the emotional turmoil that comes with housing instability. So do the right thing for New Yorkers, do the right thing, and freeze the rent.
Thank you, sir. Chase Loudon, Eden Clark, and Lyndon Nichols. Chase?
Hello, everyone. My name is Chase, and I'm an organizer with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. At this moment, 700,000 New Yorkers are sleeping in shelters across the city, while 100,000 rent-stabilized apartments sit empty. I'll say that again. Shame. 700,000 New Yorkers sleep in shelters, while 100,000 rent-stabilized apartments are empty. They're vacant. Why? Why is this happening, and why is this like this? Also, 1 in 5 New Yorkers at this moment cannot meet their needs. 1 in 5, that's 20%. And I could say from her firsthand experience, I work at a food pantry. Every day we do distribution. We have lines going down the block. It goes on forever and ever. And we've had a huge increase in the amount of people that have come to our pantry the past year. And does anyone on the rent guideline boards know what the price of eggs are right now? Does anyone know? Only one of you lives in a rent-stabilized apartment, so who knows? Right now, the price of eggs are $9. That's insane. That's outrageous. And you really expect people to be paying 50% of their income to rent while they have to go and pay exorbitant amount of prices for groceries, for healthcare, for hygiene, for things they should expect to be cheaper? Really, in this economy? Shame. Shame. I live in Bed-Stuy, and I learned recently about a month ago that the NYPD is starting a new initiative that's called the Quality of Life Division. Eric Adams, our corrupt mayor, our landlord mayor, is creating this new division, and they're going to be doing things that affect the supposed quality of life. And you can expect it's not things like cracking down on corrupt landlords. It's going to be things like making sure people don't have their feet up on the subway. Last year, when I moved out of my old apartment, my landlord stole my security deposit, $1,800. Where were the police? Where was the police then when I needed that? Where was the police when the landlords forcibly evict us from our apartments? Where were the landlords when we had to deal with roaches? Where were the police then? They were nowhere to be seen. Instead of sending money for housing, for education, Eric Adams is sending money for more cops to stand around on their phones on the subway. And it's complete nonsense. And I'm here, and I say that I want a rent freeze, but I want more than a rent freeze. As you all know, working people run this city. We clothe your children, we wash your dishes, we make your food, we take out your trash, and we should run the housing as well. Housing is a human right. Fight, fight, fight. Housing is a human right. Fight, fight, fight. Housing is a human right. Fight, fight, fight. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Fight, fight, fight.
Eden Clark, Lyndon Nichols, and Francisca Guzman.
All right, how's it going, everyone? My name's Eden. Thank you all for your testimony. I left my last rent-stabilized building because the ceiling and walls of the entire top floor were full of black mold, and my neighbor's ceiling collapsed. Shame. I'm up here because I want to be really clear about what we're dealing with today, right? So we have, on the one hand, landlords who, of these rent-stabilized buildings, 88% of whom own 100 or more units. Shame. And who, by the Rent Guidelines Board own reports, have made record profits in the last year. Shame. And then we have 2.4 million rent-stabilized tenants, 50% or more of whom are rent burdened. So I want to be really clear about what this is. This is a wealth transfer. This is a wealth transfer exactly like they're trying to do to us in Congress right now. They want to steal our hard-earned money and give it to line the pockets of a small number of landlords, maybe Christina and Robert's pockets specifically, right? It's abuse, you're right. So, the last thing that I want to mention while I'm up here, a former public member of the Rent Guidelines Board recently went on record and said that the Rent Guidelines Board chair, Doug, apparently makes a call before the vote to all the public members and tells them where they think that the rate should land. That doesn't sound like a very democratic process to me. Does that sound like a democratic process to you? No, it's not. So we want not just a rent freeze so that we can live in our homes with dignity and not have to suffer and make horrible choices every day, but we want a democratic process where we are in charge because we are the millions of New Yorkers and there are a very small number of landlords in this city. Freeze the rent! Freeze the rent! Freeze the rent! Freeze the rent! Thank you.
Thank you. Lyndon Nichols, followed by Francisca Guzman and Angelica Citron.
Good evening. My name is Lyndon, and I'm with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. We've had children testify. We've had elders testify. We've had veterans. We have people who have taken time out of their evening, their Monday evening, who have worked long, long hours come here today. And honestly, I want to thank you guys for being here, not them. I am not here to appeal to the people at that table. I'm here to appeal to the people who have shown up at this room, right? These people are not more dignified than us. These people are not more intelligent. These people are not representative of the working class people of New York City. These are just people who have been chosen by a landlord to put on a show of democracy. And I feel bad for them. It's pitiful because at the end of the day, their names will forever be remembered as standing on the wrong side of history. None of them have seriously had to worry about living paycheck to paycheck. We just saw that only one of them lives in rent-stabilized housing. And yet we have people out here begging tonight for adequate housing. 45% of single adults experiencing homelessness and 38% of homeless individuals are earning wages while homeless. This is one of the wealthiest cities in the country, no, in the world, and we have families doubling, tripling up in tiny apartments with roofs that cave in, with roaches, with black mold. This is violence. There is no dignity in upholding a system where this can be true. And this is not just an issue of the Rent Guidelines Board. This is a problem with a system that is not broken, but is doing exactly what it was designed to do, and that is extract money from the working class people. We want a system that guarantees housing. for all people, and we want it run by the people. Not those people, but working class people. A rent freeze is just the beginning. We need to reject a corrupt RGB. We need a system that guarantees dignity for people here in New York City. You may have the power to call a rent freeze or rent increase, sure. But the people in this room know that that power pales in comparison to the power of the people. And when the people come to power, we will remember the names of the people sitting at that table that denied us dignity. And so what we are going to do is fight. We will fight. We will fight. We will fight. We will channel our numbers. We will organize. We will come to this hearing. We will come to the next one. And we will come to every damn hearing until working class people in this country have power not over just this board, but the whole damn city, the whole damn country, and the whole damn world.
Thank you.
So I want to remind us, who's got the power? What kind of power? Who's got the power? What kind of power? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Francisca Guzman, Angelica Citron, and Lauren, I'll try this one, sorry, Gnadovitsky, Francisca. Thank you.
This is Francisca Rodriguez.
Oh,
Is there a Francisca Guzman?
it's fine.
Francisca Guzman
It's fine.
que quiere hablar?
Yeah, she can go. It's fine. It's fine.
Sigue, señora.
Is that someone different?
Muchas gracias.
Oh, got it.
Mi
Okay.
nombre es
Sorry.
Francisca Rodríguez. Muchas gracias por todo.
My name is Francisca Rodriguez. Thank you very much for everything.
Vivo en el bill de 1060 de Ocean Avenue, Brooklyn.
I live in the building at 1060 Ocean Avenue in Brooklyn.
Y las personas que no son legales, todas las personas hispanas somos trabajadoras y tienen que ir a trabajar con miedo para pagar su renta.
And all the undocumented people, the Hispanics that live in my building, in my community, are just hardworking people that go to work with fear because they have to pay rent.
Queremos que no aumenten la renta.
We do not want a rent increase.
A donde yo vivo, cada año me aumenta el dueño $100.
Every year where I live, the landlord increases my rent $100.
Yo vivo solo con mi hijo.
I live alone with my son.
Tengo que trabajar y solamente le doy las buenas noches.
I have to work, and I basically am only there to say goodnight to him.
Quiero que congelen la renta y gracias por todo.
I want the rent to be frozen. Thank you for everything. Gracias, señor.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Angelica Citron. Lauren Gdanowitsky, and Simone Saint-Prix.
My name is Angelique Cintron. I'm a community organizer, a member of the 1834 Caton Tenants Unit in Flatbush. I'm also a teacher, and it broke my heart to see children testifying today. I originally thought I'd testify by sharing a story about the conditions in my own apartment, but then I did some research about the RGB and realized that this is not a board of people I'm interested in making an appeal to. The whole premise of these hearings is absurd to me. It is absurd to me that 9 unelected people, some of whom are vocally against rent-stabilized housing entirely, yes, I looked at your Twitter accounts, have the power to make decisions that affect the lives of the over 2 million people who live in rent-stabilized apartments, including myself. It is absurd to me that any amount of an increase is being considered at all when landlords' profits have only risen every year. Landlords like my own, who has the wealth to own almost 200 units in Brooklyn, but refuses to hire licensed professionals to make repairs in our building. Where is our rent money going, like so many people have asked today? In my building, I could say for sure it's not going towards replacing our messed up boiler. It's not going towards installing an ADA compliant ramp so our neighbors who struggle with mobility can actually leave their homes. There are neighbors we talked to who couldn't make it to this meeting today because they can't physically leave our building. And it's not going towards addressing the many pest issues we face. I realize how common all the issues we face in my apartment are when my roommate and I decided to go door knocking last week to talk to our neighbors about their housing conditions. We talked at length about all the specific issues they're facing, and one thing was clear across the board. When our building was actively putting pressure on our landlord as a collective, that is when repairs started getting made. Not because some people appointed by the mayor decided they wanted to start representing tenants, but because we were organized enough to take matters into our own hands. We're now starting to build that pressure against our landlord again, and I urge everyone here, if you aren't already organized in your building, you gotta get organized. Like so many people have said, a system where 9 unelected board members have the power to increase our rents and displace working New Yorkers. A system where we have landlords in the first place is a rotten system. We need a city run by workers, and we need to fight for it. Yeah. Fight, fight, fight. Housing is a human right. Fight, fight, fight. Housing is a human right. Fight, fight, fight. Housing is a human right. Thank you.
Thank you. Lauren, sorry about the pronunciation. Ganadowinski? Is that, no?
Not in the ballpark, but.
I'm sorry, your name?
My name is Lauren Nazdowski, and I'm speaking on behalf of the 266 Washington Avenue Tenants Association in Clinton Hill, Brooklyn, which I am a member and co-organizer. We are a multi-generational, multiracial group of rent-stabilized and market-rate tenants, and we are united in our demand for a rent freeze. For rent-stabilized tenants like those in our building, this moment feels like a vice tightening from both ends. On one side, we're up against A&E Real Estate, an absentee corporate landlord known for neglecting repairs, failing to provide consistent heat, ignoring basic building maintenance, and so much more neglect. On the other side, we're facing yet another proposed rent increase from this board. Enough is enough. We're already stretched thin by rising grocery prices, utility bills, and healthcare costs. A rent hike by this board, no matter how small, is not just a number on a lease. It's the difference between staying in our homes or being pushed out of the communities we've helped build. Plus, our tenants have seen it firsthand, as a lot of people have said tonight. Even as our rents go up, there's no reinvestment into our building to maintain a basic quality of life and habitability. A rent freeze is both reasonable and absolutely necessary. It's a tool for keeping neighbors and working class tenants housed, preventing displacement, and preserving what's left of affordable housing in New York City, which, as we all know, happens to be the most expensive place to live in the United States. We demand that you vote to freeze the rent because our homes, our stability, and our communities are on the line.
Thank you. Simone Sampri, also Thelma Hamilton, and Electra Holmes. Simone, please.
Yes, my name is Simone Sempri. I live in Borough Park, and I was one of the tenants that had been evicted even though I was paying my rent. And I am here to talk about the people who only make $30,000 a year, $50,000 a year, or even $40,000 a year. And their rent for one apartment is $2,400 or $1,800. With that kind of money they are making, and with another rent increase, I want to know how we can afford for that 8% increase you all are putting. I am retired. I worked for Mamamadi Hospital for 24 years. And up to now, my rent is so high that we had to get Section 8. So putting another percentage of increase on people again, how they will pay for it? Are you all sending them to the street? So many homeless that is in New York already. Are we taking all that into consideration? So I want the board to take all those things into consideration before they bring that increase or put that increase on tenants. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thelma Hamilton, Electra Holmes, Shane Kennedy.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Thelma Hamilton. And I'm here this evening this is my first experience coming to a Rent Guideline Board's meeting. And this is fascinating. I realize now that I have to join the fight. We have to fight. I am retired. I have a husband that is disabled. I have a son that has Down syndrome. And I'm standing here and I'm looking at the makeup of the board. I'm checking the makeup of the board. And I don't see anyone that represents even a disabled person that is on this board. And the ratio of the makeup, it already seems as if the board is already stacked against us. It's not fair. We are hard working, honest people in this community. And thank God for Neighbors Helping Neighbors, for the chapter in Sunset Park. We got eviction notice from our landlord, Mamadi's hospital. And they went to Albany to lobby for millions and millions of dollars. At the same time, they are putting out people that worked, that they called heroes during the pandemic. And because they realized they could sell the building and make more money, they were evicting us. Shame on them. I trust and I hope that as you meet and have dialogue and think about what is happening, I know you go to bed at night and you sleep in a good apartment. I know you sleep in a very nice bed. I know it's not cold. It's not freezing. And you eat the very best. And you wear the very best. So as you sit, please remember us out here. And I pray that next time that we come back, that tenants will organize, that you will organize, and we will no more be tenants, but we will buy some of these damn buildings that they have. Let's do it, because we can do it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I just want to remind everybody, if you haven't signed up to speak, please to do so. It's now 7:39. We're going to go till everybody speaks. But if you haven't signed up by 8, you won't get that opportunity. So we encourage you to do so.
Les pedimos a todos, por favor, que se apunten si no lo han hecho hasta ahora para poder declarar acá. Sí, claro, vamos a darle la oportunidad a todos los que ya se apuntaron, Pero si no lo han hecho todavía, tienen hasta las 8 para poder apuntarse en la mesa de inscripción. Gracias.
Gracias. Electra Holmes, Shane Kennedy, and Ma Birdie. Electra? No Electra? Let Ms. Holmes go, please. We'll get to you next. Maybe not. No? All right, we'll see if Electra comes back. We'll get her up. Mr. Kennedy?
Hello, my name is Shane, and I'm a volunteer with the We Fight Back Coalition. So, before us sits a group of people who call themselves the Rent Guidelines Board. But based on its history of rulings, a more fitting name would be the Rent Increases Board. Every year, the RGB mandates a larger rate hike than the last, and this year's increase is of 8% is nearly double that of 2024. This proposal will put the cost of rent-stabilized housing 17% above 2022. 17%. Do double-digit increases sound rent-stabilized to everyone here? No. These insane hikes are coming alongside Trump's gutting of Medicaid and SNAP, which millions of New Yorkers depend on to survive. The MTA is increasing the fare to $3. Groceries are 50% more expensive than last year. The cost of living is multiplying every year. We cannot afford the rent as it is right now. 1 in 5 of us are not making ends meet. 350,000 people, a third of which are children, are either sleeping in shelters or on the sidewalk every day. How many more families will be kicked from their homes because of the decision of the RGB's 9 unelected officials? How many more years of increased living costs can we endure? Workers make this city run, and the board wants to put us out on the street? For the RGB, based on your year-round research efforts, how many more of us are you projecting to make homeless with these rate hikes? Are we and our children just acceptable sacrifices to appease your bosses? And for the tenants, who needs landlords? We need landlords like trees need termites, like dogs need fleas. Landlords produce nothing but take on average half of what we earn every year, and still they demand more. Shame. We need a rent freeze now to stop the bleeding. We as tenants are 70% of the New York City population. It's time we start acting like it and demand a Rent Guidelines Board which represents the needs of the tenants and is made up of tenants. An RGB representing the people would mandate rent based on our income, properly maintained housing, justice against criminal landlords, keeping all empty units available, and a stop to the displacement of locals who have been here for decades. A better world is possible and necessary, but we need to stand up, work together, and fight for it. Unite, fight. Housing is a human right. Unite, fight. Housing is a human right.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Ma Birdie, followed by Kate Gonzalez and Mira Kuntawala.
Good evening. Birdie. My name is Matt, and I'm a tenant in Bushwick, Brooklyn.
Oh, Matt.
I'm a member of Full-Time Tenant Union, a union group organizing tenants across one of many large landlord portfolios in New York City. Our landlord, Watermark Capital Group, owns over 3,000 residential units across the city and has a long track record of neglect. In their buildings, essential repairs are ignored unless a tenant moves out. Then and only then they make upgrades to raise the rent. Watermark averages at least one housing violation per unit, the majority of which being lack of heat and hot water, pests, and plumbing issues. More than half of their units have been destabilized in the last 10 years. This is not stability. This is a business model that profits off of displacement. Tenants are often the only form of oversight when it comes to enforcing rent stabilization. Many rent histories have gone unregistered by landlords, creating serious gaps in information. Too many of these cases, units are later marked permanently exempt, making it even harder for tenants to understand or defend their rights. Our union members have won and are in the process of winning cases against illegal destabilization. However, too much of the burden falls on renters to navigate a limited, slow DHCR system while landlords erase rent histories and sidestep accountability. And now the RGB is proposing another unprecedented increase. These high increases reward neglectful tenants and put thousands of working-class New Yorkers at risk of losing their homes. I'm calling for a full rent freeze, because without it, tenants will be displaced and affordable housing would disappear one unit at a time. It's already unavailable for a whole generation of New Yorkers who are new to the city or are looking to rent their first apartment. It's also ineffective at keeping housing affordable and livable for many community members. The cycle of displacement and unaffordability must end. The Rent Guidelines Board must choose tenants over speculation by freezing the rent.
Thank you, sir. Kate Gonzalez, Mira Kuntawala, and Leah Bowers. Ms. Gonzalez?
Hello, everyone. Hope you're having a good evening. Not those guys, but you guys. My name is Kate Gonzalez. I am a member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation. I am also a resident at a rent-stabilized apartment in Flatbush, but I'm also a born and raised New Yorker, and so that means throughout my whole life, I've watched families get displaced by rent hikes and priced out of their communities. And what a painful experience that has been, right? We're all voicing our pain tonight. The building that I grew up in the East Village, was subsidized housing from the hospital that my mom worked at. It was filled with healthcare workers, primarily people of color. It's a place where I went trick-or-treat on every floor, where my cousins lived just an elevator ride away. Where I could wave to my mom from my living room window, and she would wave back to me from the hospital corridor that she worked at. But greedy landlords tore down that building, displacing hundreds of workers from affordable and convenient housing. Today, it is a vacant lot. The Starbucks, where the local noodle shop used to be, is now a Starbucks. No one in my neighborhood looks like me anymore. And I think we can all resonate with that as New Yorkers, right? My sisters and I all still live in New York. After years of trying, my sister finally won the affordable housing lottery, but she still pays the bulk of her paycheck for a small one-bedroom, and that's just half the rent split with her partner. My other sister lives in a rent-stabilized unit whose landlord illegally tripled the rent before they moved in, and she and her fiance now live with rats in their walls, and neighbors find rats in their couches. Shame! And these are the affordable options given to us as New Yorkers, right? Unaffordable housing lotteries, battered buildings, and whole buildings gone in an instant. Shame. Why are we forced to scramble to find housing that is clean, that is dignified? Because we are dignified. There are more than 26,000 rent-stabilized apartments kept off the market by landlords who don't even want to bother to fix them. And that just shows us we have enough to go around. We know we have enough to go around because we make it possible. And so here we are taking time from our work days and to talk to you people, but I'm here to talk to you guys because it is worth taking our time to speak with each other. It is worth taking time to spend time with each other, to connect with each other. Because these people are stealing our time. They're stealing time with our families. They're stealing time cooking food with groceries we can't even afford. So it is infuriating to be here with these simple demands, asking for these simple things from people who weren't even elected, and somehow have the power to make life unlivable for millions of New Yorkers. And we know that this is not what democracy looks like. Like every tenant here, we are here to say no to a rent hike, to demand a rent freeze, and to protect our vulnerable neighbors. But we are also here to say that life should not be like this. The average age of first-time homeowners went up by almost a decade, so we'll be here for a long time to haunt you as renters. Am I right? We'll be showing up here every single day. I hope every tenant who is here who resonates with our message joins us in building a movement because we know it is possible. We know it is possible in our lives, and I hope to see you all in the streets, talk to us afterwards. We look forward to speaking with you. That's why we're here today. So I hope to see you soon.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mira Kuntawala, Leah Bowers, and Jolie Cobb.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you so much to everyone who's spoken, especially Kay right before me, incredible. I'm also a member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation, and I'm also here as a physician speaking on behalf of my patients who live in rent-stabilized apartments. you all, the Rent Guidelines Board, make decisions for a public that is not represented by this board. But other people have said it, I'll say it again. Not by class, not by race, not by gender. One person lives in a rent-stabilized apartment, and she is a Black woman. The only small justice here today is that your influence could not buy you out of having to sit here and listen to every single one of these people's stories. I implore you to consider how this business decision affects the human beings that make this city what it is. The New Yorkers that make your food, keep your streets clean, that build brick by brick your buildings, that teach your children in school, that work tirelessly and deserve at the very least the peace of not having an eviction threat or homelessness plaguing them until what? They just give up because it's their fault they're poor? You were appointed, as it's been pointed out many times today, to make decisions that quite frankly make or break New Yorkers' lives and their safety in this city. We are all in this room and we're smart enough to know that this is not a fight between tenants and landlords. Look around you. Who spoke today? Is that representative of a fight between tenants and landlords? This is capitalistic greed versus the working class person. So we should probably call it that. You hold the power to either continue to support this limitless, baseless greed. There is no end to the greed. Or you could honestly blow everyone's mind and champion the majority, the people that make this city the greatest city in the world. I know you didn't personally cause these systemic issues, but you do have to sleep at night with the decision that you make. Prove to us in this room that this forum is real and not a pitiful attempt at convincing us that this is a democratic process. Please choose people over profit. Thank you.
Thank you. Leah Bowers, Jolie Cobb, and Thomas Gullion. Can't quite read the writing. Leah? Thank you.
My name is Leah Bowers. I live in a rent-stabilized building in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. I've been living here for 3 years. I love this city, and I'm deciding not to appeal to this board tonight. I'm an active member of my neighborhood block association and Riders for Rights, a mutual aid group that gives out free groceries and clothes to Bed-Stuy neighbors every single month. I'm thinking of them in our community tonight. I can't believe I'm back here a year later asking them to freeze the rent again. I thought we lived in stabilized housing. Rents have increased year over year. How much money do landlords need when they already own multiple buildings when I dream of owning just one apartment? I doubt they blink an eye in the grocery store when prices skyrocket. The profits they make off our backs have risen while our salaries have remained stagnant. They go to the doctor without a worry about how much that copay costs. They never think about pulling back on their meds so they don't run out before their next paycheck. These are all things that many of us think about, budgeting with scrutiny to make do. But I doubt the landlord-friendly board members up there really heard a word that I said. But I think y'all did. And we have fight in us. We're getting fired up by the protests against ICE raids in LA and here, by efforts to break the siege and end the ongoing genocide in Palestine, to elect Zoran Mamdani as our next New York City mayor, to freeze the rent, and send all of these landlord-backed board members packing. The fight is here, it is ongoing, and we will win. We will continue talking to each other, organizing, pushing back, striking, boycotting, and building our communities. A rent freeze will come. That is within our power.
Thank you. I just want to remind anybody who hasn't signed up yet to please sign up before 8 o'clock. But thank you. Jolie Cobb.
Les pedimos otra vez que por favor se apunten para declarar, si no lo han hecho, antes de las 8 de la noche.
Thank you. Jolie Cobb, Thomas Gulliam, and Robert Harris.
Thomas Gogan. Gogan.
Gogan, oh, I'm sorry. 1 second. Jolie Cobb? No, well, if she comes back, please let us know. We'll get her up. Sir.
Good evening. I am a rent-stabilized tenant living in Park Slope for over 35 years. I have watched my small 8-unit building shrink from 8 rent-stabilized apartments to 3 on a block which has largely been decimated in terms of rent-stabilized apartments as they went co-op or condo. In other words, I've watched my community change substantially, to say the least. Frankly, the Rent Guidelines Board has been beyond disappointing over the years. In fact, it's been a fairly outrageous process. I would say that your board should really be renamed the Community Destabilization Board. In theory, at least we were told when this board was formed back in the early 70s, that this board would help to stabilize communities. Clearly, it has not worked to that effect. There's been any number of, I would say, very thoughtful, heartfelt testimonies from my mostly working class neighbors tonight indicating that really, if you folks had any decency, you would all resign tonight. You would go back to Mayor Adams and say, sir, we cannot in good conscience raise any rents in this city. Not this year, not next, not the year after. It's time for a permanent rent freeze during the current administration at least. And frankly, my opinion is we really should have a serious rent rollback. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Robert Harris, Bruno Daniel, and Ivana Patton. Mr. Harris?
Okay, so
Thank you,
my
sir.
name is Robert Harris. I began living in Midwood.
Closer in, sir.
My name is Robert Harris. I began living in Midwood in 1985 with my son and wife. My rent was $505. Now it's nearly $1,700. I'm 81 and a widower. My Social Security doesn't cover my rent. My son contributes, so I cannot freeze my rent. Anyone over 80 or anyone senior should have their rent frozen by the rent freeze guidelines. It doesn't matter that someone is helping to support their rent. I urge the board to implement a rent freeze. The data is unequivocal. Nearly 40% of rent-stabilized tenants spend over half their income on rent. The CPI in New York City rose by 6.1%, the highest increase since 1981. Wages have not kept pace. Electricity has surged 12.5%. Before raising rents, the city should get landlords to stop withholding 20 to 40,000 apartments yearly off market and publish turnover rates. We don't know how many apartments are turned over. Since 2019, they shouldn't be turned over at all. Yet landlords are still harassing tenants and getting them to move out. Why? They can't raise the rents if tenants move out, as far as I know, but they still want to get them out. They need the practice. They don't know how to get them out if the laws change. How much of HPD's billion-plus budget is caused by landlords' lack of action? How many times have HPD come to my apartments for one complaint? Stop the waste and fraud of landlords. In 1985, my landlord had a few buildings. Now he has 50. How did that happen if he can't make ends meet? They should not get a rent increase while housing prices increase and the wealth transfers to them. Net operating income increased by 8% between 2022 and 23. The 2-year Fed funds rate is 4%. So obviously it pays to own buildings. This growth was consistent with 83% of city community districts. The sales price per unit for rent-stabilized buildings has risen. I don't have time to list the actions my landlord engages in to encourage tenants to move, including actively neglecting having the ability to safeguard my wife's health. No, he didn't do that. He wouldn't let us move to another apartment. And my wife died basically because when they instituted the rule that the landlords change oil from 6%, which caused asthma, to a safer oil, he didn't do that. And my wife, according to our pulmonologist, contracted bronchiectasis because of that. And subsequently, we lived above a tenant who smoked. Now, you can't smoke near a hospital, you can't smoke in a bar or a restaurant, but tenants can smoke 24/7. And this woman smoked 4 a.m. in the morning. We didn't figure out what was happening for years. And by that time, my wife was seriously suffering from bronchiectasis. My wife died looking like a Holocaust victim. Like my landlord, he was a Holocaust victim, and they learned from the Nazis how to treat tenants. Anyway, I understand that all of you people have compassion, you have intelligence, and you have the ability to make decisions. But you don't have the ability to make a decision on this. It's already been decided. This is a cocked up show. This is not a real democratic. But you know what's happening? AI is going to come in and wipe all of you out, and then you won't be able to make your $6,200 a year.
Thank you, sir. Bruno Daniel, followed by Ivana Patton, and Are You Wrong, Reet. Mr. Daniel.
Hello, Rent Guidelines Board. My name is Bruno Daniel, and I am here to testify on behalf of Brooklyn Borough President Antonio Reynoso, and in turn, alongside Brooklyn tenants. Thank you all so much for being here. There's been a lot of talk this year about data and making sure that the board makes its decisions based on numbers. Borough President Reynoso agrees. That's why our team has created a comprehensive plan for Brooklyn to guide all of our office's work. And we can confirm that the data shows that it's time to freeze the rent. Here are just a few relevant numbers. The majority of Brooklynites who rent are rent burdened, defined by the fact that they pay more than 30% of their income toward rent. Worse, about 30% of Brooklyn renters are severely rent burdened, meaning they pay more than 50% of their income on rent. Meanwhile, median rents in the borough continue to rise. Thank you all. Housing vacancy in Brooklyn is at 1.27%, even lower than the citywide average of 1.41%, which itself is the lowest it's been since 1968, and much lower than what experts call a healthy vacancy rate, defined between 5 to 8%. This means it is increasingly difficult to find an apartment, let alone an affordable one. As you have heard from others here, the cost of everything else is going up too, making it even harder to afford rent. For example, about a quarter of Brooklynites, disproportionately low and moderate income folks, are energy burdened, meaning they pay more than 6% of their income just to keep the lights and the gas on. These numbers have real consequences for our neighborhoods. 10% of Brooklyn's Black community has left the borough since 2010. For all these reasons, keeping rent-regulated units affordable is one of the most important tools we have to keep the city vibrant and diverse. The board already acknowledged this by rolling back its planned increase for 2-year leases. Brooklyn Borough President Reynoso is calling on the board to go further, reject the proposed rate increases, and implement a rent freeze. The board's own data shows that landlords can handle it. The board's own data shows that landlords can handle it. Despite increasing costs, their net operating income continues to go up outside of a handful of neighborhoods. Let's give tenants a break this year and help ensure that Brooklynites can stay in the borough we love, raise our families, and grow old here without fear of displacement. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you. Donna Patton, Arong Reed, I'm sorry, and Amy Colandro, please.
Hi, my name is Ivana. I live in a rent-stabilized apartment in South Slope. NYC.gov defines rent stabilization as a form of rent regulation that helps combat the city's housing crisis by making sure some units remain affordable. And so my question is, what the hell is affordable about a 9% increase over 3 years? What is stable about squeezing people deeper into poverty? The only stable thing this board has brought is profit for incompetent landlords. The people who are here today are the life of New York. We are the working class people who run this fucking city that landlords love to romanticize on Street Easy. Without us, the city is nothing, and yet we're treated like trash, stuck with roaches, black mold, broken heaters, and expect to say thank you for your stable increases. Respectfully, screw that, and please freeze the rent. Thank you.
Thank you. Anurag, I'm not sure, writing REIT or RH, I'm not sure. Amy Coladro. What did you say? Collado, sorry, I apologize. And Natasha Singh. Anurag, please.
Yeah. Hi. My name is Anurag.
Oh.
And I live in a rent-stabilized apartment in South Slope. We live in unprecedented times. Our communities are under attack. As a transgender immigrant, like many others in this city, I'm scared. We are scared of losing access to healthcare. We are scared of being abducted. We are scared of losing our homes. We are scared of losing our jobs. We are being terrorized by the wealthy. This is not class warfare. It is class terrorism. I was once proud of living in New York City. It used to be a safe harbor. The city of dreams, the city that never sleeps. Now, it feels like the city that never sleeps because we have nightmares about how much it costs to have a roof under your head. There's a reason why there's not a single landlord here for testimony. Because they're out there enjoying their Monday night, getting wine drunk on the backs of the suffering of the working class, making jokes, asking us to work harder, to follow the law. Well, how about we ask you to follow your humanity, if you have any? This is your chance to stand with the community, to stand for something, to grow a fucking spine. You have the opportunity, no, you have the duty to preserve New York City's sanctity, not the comforts of landlord. Freeze the goddamn.
Thank you. Amy Collado, Natasha Singh, and Nathan Lewis. Please.
Okay. So my name is Amy Collado, or Collado, as it's pronounced in Spanish. And I'm a tenant organizer that has been working in Bushwick for a year, but I've been organizing in Queens for 9 years. And so I was trying to think about what is it that I want to say up here, because I've been doing this for as long as I've been organizing, and it's exhausting. It's also really hard to convince people that this is a place they can come to use their voice. And so I figured I'd come here as a rent-stabilized tenant. So I live in an apartment that is supposed to be a historical district, which the landlord uses often as a way to not make any repairs. He collects his rents, and just as everyone has already mentioned, makes no repairs. We have leaks in our apartments. We have leaks in the hallway. Every few months, we actually get a notice from Con Ed that says your service is going to be taken away because the landlord's not paying that bill, which is really embarrassing because they also post it in front of your building. There was, last summer, we were actually without lights in the front of our apartment building and in all of the hallways for 3 months during the summertime. We actually had to hang lights, like Christmas lights, from the top floor through the staircase, and like the only light source that we had for 3 months. Mind you, this board has voted for an increase every single year. The last time that we experienced a rent freeze it's almost going to be a decade. It's insane. It's insane to think that we have to come here every year to prove to y'all that the bogus numbers that you have doesn't match the reality. We're here because we're telling you that landlords aren't doing what they're supposed to do. So why reward them? What is it about landlords that makes them so special that they can't actually feel the brunt of the businesses they decided to get into? This is our homes we're talking about. We have to live in them. We have to live with leaks. We have to live with mold. We have to figure it out. We have to fix things ourselves, and it's exhausting. And then on top of that, we have to come every day hopeful to convince other people to do this work. This room is empty, not because people don't need to be here, but because this is a pointless process. And they know it. And the landlords know it. When I first started organizing, landlords used to come out. And of course, we didn't let them get a few words in. That's the point. But this is a public forum for them just as much as us. And just like in housing court, they don't come out because they don't need to. Because money is what's moving y'all. And at the end of the day, as somebody who, no matter how much I find it exhausting to be an organizer, because we have to find the hope and the will to convince people that you have to be here. This is your process. It's not given. It is a law that we fought for. People just like us fought for. They came here and said we have rights. We can't give up on that. But I will say, I understand that who I'm speaking to is not our amazing tenant representatives, because that's why I didn't stand on that side. I don't need to talk to y'all, okay? And you know what? The owner reps, y'all do what y'all do. It's fine. Those public members, you need to start acting like public members and respecting what's happening in this room, okay? We need to have more representation in those public members. Y'all need to stop being these bogus-ass professors that's teaching students one thing and voting for something else on this stage. At the end of the day, what we're saying is we need a rent freeze. We don't want it, we need it. What landlords don't need is more money in their pockets to keep buying up homes that we should be owners of. Vote for a rent freeze.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Natasha Singh, Nathan Lewis, and Nico Torres.
First off, I think the board should apologize for wasting all of our time tonight. We've been here for 3+ hours. How many more sad stories would you like to hear to tell you what everyone's been telling you nonstop, which is freeze the rent? How many more notes do you have to have in your notepad? If I see one more of your writing notes in your notepad when everybody has been saying the same goddamn thing, which is freeze the rent. And you're lucky that we're just asking to freeze the rent. Because let me tell you a time where the landlords did the exact opposite and decreased the rent. COVID. When they thought that people were fleeing the city and the city was dead, they were begging us to stay in the buildings. Let's give you 13 months instead of 12 months. Let's decrease the rent. Please stay in the building. And then what did they do? Swing it back the other way with double-digit increases. So I know the landlords have the money. Christina hasn't looked like she's wanted to be here the entire night. We keep picking on you because you're not paying attention. Robert's been writing notes nonstop. What are you writing, Robert? What are you writing with your pen? Put the pen down and listen to us. So I'm not going to talk to them because they don't care that we're here. We are begging. How much more begging do you want us to do? We are begging the federal government not to send our money to commit a genocide halfway across the world. We are begging the city government not to put our money into the NYPD who spends their time terrorizing us. And now you want us to beg to 9 people on a stage not to improve the conditions, but to allow landlords to continue being the same level of terrible. Once again, you are lucky that we're just asking to freeze the rent. You have asked babies, you have asked the children out here to become experts on tenant laws instead of going out there and being children. They should be outside playing in what has been a very bizarre summer season thus far. But regardless, they shouldn't be here on a Monday night in a government building begging 9 adults to see their humanity. So shame on that. So I'm going to turn around because they don't really deserve to see my face. And I'm going to talk to the most powerful people in the room, renters. My name is Natasha Singh. I've been privileged enough to live in this city for the better part of 10 years. I have lived with family. I have had a complicated experience living in a rent-stabilized apartment. And finally, I had the opportunity to purchase my home in 2020. And I will tell you how I did it. I stopped paying rent to my landlords for 8 months. It turns out we spent a lot of money on rent, enough for a down payment, actually. And that building was incredibly poorly managed, and the last time I checked, it's still standing. So trust me, those landlords were fine without my thousands upon thousands of dollars, I can tell you that. That's right. And let me tell you who don't have to deal with increases: homeowners. Because not only do we receive various tax breaks for owning, but in the United States, you can lock in mortgage rates for 30 years. I'm originally from Australia, and you cannot do that. It is a variable interest rate. You have to match the market every 4 months. So what do I ask is fair about this process, begging the hardest working people in the city to come here in the building and say, we simply want a rent freeze. I come here in solidarity with my community, majority of whom rent, because it is not a fair process that I was in the right time, in the right place, and out of my mind to own. So what I say is that we are a vibrant community here in New York full of artists and culture and love. And we should spend our time doing that instead of begging 9 people that don't give a shit about us to freeze the rent. But you should do the bare minimum and freeze the rent, please.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Nathan Lewis, Nico Torres, and Julia Esterlin. Nathan Lewis, please.
Good evening. So yeah, I'm a rent-stabilized tenant in the Tenants Association of 715 St. Mark's Avenue, and a member of the Crown Heights Tenants Union. So I want to start by saying that a sign of a healthy society is reflected in how we treat our elderly, our disabled population, and our children. And I want to make it clear that by raising the rent, you are directly attacking the elderly, the disabled population, and the children of this city. And because of this, we're all collectively losing our humanity, overseen by this board, and we can't afford to do that. And that's why we must continue to fight. So my building was purchased by a landlord that's actually already been mentioned today, Michael Neiman-Takis. And this follows a pattern of extremely wealthy landlords buying up rent-stabilized buildings. And then since the purchase, we've all seen the rapid deterioration of the building. There's been a severe rat infestation throughout the building. My elderly neighbor above me, she couldn't use her kitchen for a whole year. We heard the rats in our walls. And even still, she's still in a housing court for this. And guess what? The landlords don't show up to housing court. The trash compactors have been broken for over 7 years. There's frequently mold. All of these issues we've already heard today. So yeah, we've tried every tactic. We've been to the courts. We know that we've tried every legal playbook we can, and we've realized how rottenly corrupt this system is. And I think we've all come to a conclusion today that this unelected board that stands before us is the embodiment of this whole corrupt system. So I want to end by quickly saying a quick thing that hopefully the board knows about basic math, which is exponential increase. 5% of 1,000 is 50. Guess what 5% of 2,000 is? 100. How many times have we already raised the rent? If we continue to do this, and the thing is, yeah, we continue to do this, and if we raise the percent even more, that number is just going to increase. So yeah, I think I want to ask again for a rent freeze, and if you don't get that after today, then we know this whole thing is a sham.
Thank you, sir. Nico Torres, Julia Esterlin, and Bradley Esterlin. Nico Torres, please.
Good evening. Buenas noches. Thank you for being here. I just want to make sure we're clear about one thing, which is that these empty seats don't mean apathy or compliance or indifference. These seats are empty because people are working second, third, and fourth jobs. To pay their already unsustainable rent. I'm racking up credit card debt, and it's not on fun vacations and nice restaurants. It's to buy groceries and like tampons and shit. So I guess I'll work backwards and start by thanking you in advance for surprising us and for making the humanitarian choice, for making the radical choice, for making the very obvious choice. Y'all look really tired. Welcome.
Thank you. Julia Esterlin, Bradley Esterlin, and Andre Robinson. I'm going to help with the mic.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
All of your tenants sound real good, but I'm going to make mine a little short because thank God I don't have too much trouble. I live in Park Slope for 65 years. First time I live in a rent-stabilized building, but I joined Met Counselor in 2090, and they was very helpful for me helping us out because the landlord's trying to overcharge rent. I drew them down from 650 to 600. So I went to Met Council and asked them, is that good? They said something was wrong. I said, what could be wrong? And by the way, my parents was the landlord also, but they wasn't crude to the tenants. They didn't being greedy. They were clean to do the right thing. And you live long because God don't love ugly. So what happened was, she said something was wrong. I said, what could be wrong? I didn't know. So that time, Met Council had a lot of papers that you can fill out. So they helped me fill it out to find out the landlord had overcharged us. And she said, then you'll go and put an overcharge application. And we did. He had a chance to claim it, and he never did. So we learned from that. And then in the courthouse is really bad because they treat the people bad, and that's not right. That's ugly what they do to people. We won the case, and our rent was frozen for 32 years. And so 32 years, but what happened, we got a smart landlord being smart, saying that DCHR told him to, how you call that, what they call that, to go back on the rent, roll back on the rent. So now he was lying also, but I'm gonna find out because DC had a right to write us and say that they gave the landlord the overcharge, that he didn't finish with the work. So anyway, when I start out with Met Counselor, I understand, I watch how they do. At One Police Plaza, I was there, and I spoke down. There's how many people was attending on that panel. Now I'm asking again, this is 2025, how many tenants is on that panel? And I stirred up the nation over there because they went crazy. They had to order in the court because nobody never asked that question, how many tenants is on that panel? Now y'all look at me like I'm crazy. How many people's attendance up there? Come on, stand up, stand up.
There too.
Stand up. Don't be scared. Stand up. Stand up. Stand up. Stand up. The reason why I said that, when I made that back in 89 to 90, they stand up and then they got off the platform because they didn't like what was going on. I told them to get back on the platform. Don't worry, let's see everything go right. Now, the tenant over here, one tenant over you. Before I recall, when I was with my parents, they didn't have no board. And everybody lived good. And they didn't go up on the rent. So why are you doing this now? And I was here last year at Edward College. And you had a lot of disabled that I never saw before. And with someone, when we came back for y'all to do the decision, well, they was making so much noise in Hunter College. We couldn't hear. But y'all did the same thing. You went up on the rent. So you didn't care about the disabled people, which you should, because you never know who might be able. Always treat people right. That's my parents said and my grandmother. You got to treat people right because God do not love ugly. And I thank God for everything. And there's a real God up in heaven. Okay? So y'all should, if you're not gonna do it, that's for me. And the mayor's wrong because the mayor hired y'all, and then I think the president hired y'all, and that's wrong. Like I said before, I'm glad y'all two's there, but you gotta wake up and think. And let them know 5 tenants and 5 landlords. Okay? I said that back
Thank you,
in
ma'am.
89. Okay?
Thank you.
So do that. Another thing, tenants, y'all have to hold your official leaders accountable. And don't vote for Eric Adams and Como. Okay? Don't do that at all. But you got to go to the office. Don't be scared. Carry some tenants to your legislator and find out we don't want no board because you're not doing nothing for the people and for the disability to also. Don't have that. Get on top of the board. And if you got a union, go with the unions up to Albany because they go every year. They didn't do nothing this year. Every year I'm a city worker retiring from the Board of Education. So do that. Get wherever city
We have a lot
you
more
work for
speakers,
state,
ma'am.
go
We have a
and
lot more
march
speakers.
on the legislature because that's important to get them straight because they lie and say one thing, then they do another. Okay? You know
Okay.
that. Okay, you all have a blessed night.
A lot more. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Winsome Pendergrass? No? Oh, I'm sorry. 1 second. Sir, your name?
Andre Robinson.
Okay, we were waiting. Yeah, we had called Mr. Robinson up, so let's go. And then we'll get to the other. Please, sir.
My name is Andre Robinson, and I serve as the manager of Constituent Services and Community Impact for New York City Council member Crystal Hudson, and I would like to read the following statement on her behalf. Good evening. As the New York City Council member for the 35th District, representing the neighborhoods of Fort Greene, Clinton Hill, Crown Heights, and Prospect Heights, I once again call on the Rent Guidelines Board to stand up and do exactly what working class New Yorkers have demanded for years: freeze the rent. Time and again, New Yorkers have clear in their opposition to the Rent Guidelines Board proposed rent increases to rent-stabilized units. Tenants have gathered repeatedly at public hearings across the 5 boroughs to testify about the material effects such increases would have on them and their communities. Right now, the cost of goods has jumped 3% since last year, including 2.5% for food, 2.8% for Medicare, and infamously 36.8% for eggs. Meanwhile, real average hourly earnings jumped only 1.4% since last year, rendering those wages increases moot. Again, the testimony of renters and the backdrop of unprecedented inflation, the Rent Guidelines Board has one reasonable decision it can make: rejecting any rent increase on both 1- and 2-year leases. Any action otherwise is negligent and irresponsible. As chair of the Council Committee on Aging, I am appalled by any increase which will force hundreds of thousands of older adults living in rent-stabilized units to spend even more of their fixed income on rent, the vast majority of whom are already moderately or severely rent burdened. As is always the case, our Black, brown, poor, and working class communities will bear the brunt of this decision and will be among the first to be evicted. And in any state with limited good cause protections and a city with an underfunded right to counsel program, there is little reprieve for our neighbors. 2 years ago, as a result of this board's decision, rent-stabilized tenants experienced the largest rent increase they've seen in nearly a decade. This year, we must ensure it is not more of the same. Under this administration, your board has approved rent increases totaling 9% over the past 3 years, yet the mayor's predecessors froze rent 3 times in 2015, 2016, and 2020. Costs are rising for everyone, and there is no reason rent-stabilized tenants should be ones to bear the brunt. Once again, I urge you to reject any rent increase this year. The future of our city depends on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Do we have Mr. Esterlin? I'm sorry.
Hello?
Please, sir.
Hello? Hi, I'm Mr. Bradley Eastland. I'm 85 years old. I live in Park Slope with my sister, 65 years. I just retired from the city last year at the age of 84. But anyway, it was good that I went to work because all day long, my apartment from October to May is cold. And it was somewhere for me to go and stay warm all day long. Or either I had to go to a senior center. And it's just unfair that it's bad enough that I wear braces on both legs. I have two canes that I normally walk with, and I climb 3 flights of steps each day, going and coming, just to go in my apartment to stay warm. Have to come out and go somewhere else to be warm all day in the wintertime. So that was a blessing that I was continued to go to work. Now here at 85 years old, I'm a nurse for 40 years, and now I'm thinking about going back to work so I can be warm during the day. Now, when we call our landlord, he doesn't give us no heat. He said he has this monitor that in each apartment to see if they're hot or cold or what is the problem is, okay? You guys, you don't have to deal with this, but there is a God that oversees all of us, and he's going to do us all the same, okay? And you're at homes now. You don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, okay? You might be in an apartment tomorrow and suffering like the same things we are. But I hope it never comes to that. I don't wish that on anybody. I don't wish on anybody that payment and that payment has to stay in an apartment that is cold. And when you call 311, they are in the landlord pockets. Now it's 3 days that the landlord have to do whatever he wants. If I call today, I won't see nobody until Thursday or Friday. They will tell the landlord that the apartment is cold. So you see, no one is helping the tenants. When you're going to start helping the tenants? Okay, if you don't want to freeze the rent, reduce the percentage. Okay, it's a lot of people have low incomes. They can't afford it. You guys making hundreds of thousands of dollars, so I guess it doesn't matter to you because you don't feel anything. But are you all in the landlord pocket? See, that's the thing. That's what I would like to know. And of course, you're not going to tell me that the landlord paying anything under the table. But God bless you. And to everybody in this room, I wish you all a happy Father's Day. God
Thank
bless.
you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Cynthia Norris and Winsome Pendergrass. Cynthia, I think in the back, right? Come on down, please. And Ramona Kearns next after Cynthia and Winsome. Please, ma'am.
Okay. Good evening, folks. It's been a long night, and I was ready for y'all, but to be honest, the kids is driving me nuts because they tired of hearing the same thing over and over again about freezing the rent. I'm not sure if you guys getting a word across, but they tired, right? I've been living in a rent-stabilized apartment for over a decade, and just my daughter, she's now 2, but when she just came home from the hospital, we had no heat, no hot water, no gas for 4 months. And I was breastfeeding, and the milk would stop coming down because of no hot water. So when you're breastfeeding, I do see a lot of mail at the table, but here it is. Like when you're breastfeeding, you have to have the water on your breast so that it can keep pouring out, right? It get locked up if you don't have heat. And if you're in the wintertime, she was born in February, and it was wintertime, freezing outside, no heat in the apartment, so my body is freezing. I'm cold, and I'm not able to produce the milk to feed her. And also, I'm getting sick thinking about it, and I also have asthma, and I'm not even getting enough heat. I was miserable. I was depressed because I couldn't feed my child. I had no heat. I have 2 kids. I'm cooking on a pot, like whatever, the plug-in pot, whatever you call it, a hot pot. And it was just like, the shit was just happening day by day. And then like, it's only 4 of us in our house. So imagine cooking on a pot with somebody that have 6 kids. My neighbor, Rachel, she has 6 kids. To cook for all those people on 2 stones, 2 hot plates. That should take forever. I'm just being honest. And I'm not just sitting there just talking about just the hot plates. The more important part is that, like, we are human, right? We're not just a number out there. Just to raise the rent up on somebody that you can kill. What if I wouldn't have been able to produce milk? What if I not have a family nearby to go to their house? Some people don't have nobody. All they have is their children, they self. I was lucky to walk up to the block to go to my mom's house to pour hot water on my breast to bring the milk down. But if I'm already stressed, I'm not eating enough, I'm not gonna produce no milk. Because after I leave that hot shower, I have to go back in that cold ass bed to go to sleep, to even function, to deal with 2 kids, to do homework, to take him to school. And it was just like, but you wanna raise the rent still. And I'm still not having the regular amenities in my apartment. Heat is a right. Gas, come on, I have to eat to be able to make sure I can pay this rent. And then get the slap on, and all you're doing is like, you calling 311, you calling down in the rent office, and nothing is changing, nothing. And we have 2 buildings, we're left with no heat, no hot water during the midst, it's freezing. And it was shame, it was just like, I don't know what to tell my child, the milk ain't gonna come. I'm not getting free milk from nowhere else. So like, listen, if it's in, and I know I'm talking about milk, but this all ties into, every time, I know you guys heard so many stories about the ceilings is falling, the mold, the pipes, the heat, the hot water. We gotta do something. We giving all the money we got, working 2 and 3 jobs to produce this. What are you guys doing for us? Freeze the rent.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Winsome Pendergrass, please. Followed by Ramona Kearns and Cheryl Cloud. Please, Ms. Pendergrass.
Good evening. I am a member of New York Communities for Change, but tonight I am speaking on behalf of the tenants who cannot be here tonight because of broken elevators going on 3 months, tenants who are disabled, and tenants who are doing the 3rd shift, 3 jobs. They cannot take another rent hike increase. There are only 2 people sitting up there who understand what tenants are going through and understand the pain that we are feeling. The lady on the left is not paying attention. She's so bored. I don't know why she doesn't step down from the board, from this old shenanigans, because she's not here to hear what we are saying. And I know it's a done deal for you all, because you already make up your mind that you're going to squeeze some more blood out of us. Just 5 days ago, you all gave $2.5 million to a candidate to be a mayor. Yet you claim you're all broke. Our lives are being reduced daily by the inhumane way you treat us every year. We have the power in our vote, people. And we're going to use it. We will use it to fight against this injustice. Last December, we were demonstrating outside where you all keep your fundraiser, your gala, and you were dressed to the nines in pearls and diamonds and gold and Versace and all of them big names. Yet you claim you are broke, so you have to raise our rent again. When I look at these young baby-faced men sitting up there, sucking up all that money in real estate while we are living in mold-infested apartments, roaches and rats, and everything that is so inhumane. But yet you claim you are broke and you have to raise our rent. You are friendly with the mayor, so you buy your way in to sit in that seat. I heard a lady up there just remind you that there is a God. You might not believe in God, because if you all had believed in God, you wouldn't be doing what you're doing. I am here to say to you, you're all vampires. Greedy vampires. And you're all asking for more of our blood. But we are asking for a rent freeze. Rent freeze. And as I said,
Thank you, ma'am.
we have the power of the vote. We go fuck you all up.
Thank you, ma'am. Ramona Kearns, Cheryl Cloud, and William Bershansky.
Good evening, everyone.
Ramona Kearns, please.
Good evening.
Please,
Thank
ma'am.
you for giving me this opportunity to speak. I live in East New York City line area of Brooklyn, okay? I don't have the complaints that the majority of all of those who have complained. I love where I live. I'm grateful. But my issue is, I'm a senior citizen. I had to come out of retirement in order to pay my rent. Okay? I should be enjoying myself, but I can't because I have to work to keep a roof over my head. And I'm recently widowed. Okay? So I'm struggling. And I know you guys, y'all are the messengers. We know it's already written in stone. However, just think, like so many others have said, things can happen overnight. It can change in a heartbeat. You don't meet your mortgage, you know what happens, okay? You don't pay your property taxes, you know what happens. You don't pay your water, your insurance, property, you know what happens. So think about the tenants. We all have to crawl before we walk, you know? We breathe, we eat, we poop, we die. Okay, let's get it together for everybody here in the city, because it's a shame when a senior citizen has to go back into the workforce by force and not by choice. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Cheryl Cloud?
Yes.
William Bershansky? And,
Yes, good evening.
And Gordon Lee. I'm sorry, ma'am. Please, proceed.
Good evening. I would like to say that every year we come to you and you totally ignore us, huh? This is decade in and decade out. When is this going to change? Huh? When is this going to change? You know who's going to change it? We the people. Because we can end you. Because we have the multitudes and the power to do it. You hear me? And not only that, listen, you are not just changing our or preventing us from having a future. What about your children, your grandchildren, your great-great-grandchildren? Huh? What about that? We want some justice, okay? We want you to dig down deep and find your humanity because you have none, okay? Find it and have the guts to stand up to these politicians and that mayor of yours that doesn't give a damn about the people. Huh? We want a red rollback and a red freeze. And we're not playing. What do we want? When do we want it? Now. What do we want? And when do we want it? Now. I rest my case.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. William Bershansky, Gordon Lee, and Mildred Walters.
Good evening, everyone. All of this testifying is falling on deaf ears. Nobody's listening. I personally came up with numerous solutions that, if the board implements, can help all of us. I would like to have a meeting with this board tonight, at the end of the night, to bring forward my ideas to create some solutions for us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Gordon Lee, Mr. Lee, Mildred Walters, and Thomas Gogan. Mr. Lee.
Good night, people. As you know, my name is Gordon Lee from right here, Brooklyn, but you can also call me God. With all groups, all activist groups across the country, because I want to fight for causes nobody can live without. And I was one of the newborns under the Nixon presidency, June 23rd of 1973. I am also here to strictly demand a rent freeze. And I'll be honest with you, the way I feel, people like y'all and the mayor deserve to be victims of misconduct. And everybody in here knows why. Everybody in here has been talking about it all night. Because you want to raise rent and the cost of living forever, expect that we're still going to be able to afford it. Now, first to begin with, what I've been trying to understand is how the sex are we going to afford the cost of living if it's going to go up forever? Our incomes is not going up as fast. Some of our incomes is not going up at all. Some of our incomes is literally going down in so many ways. I remember in 2020, when it was the pandemic, there was a social distancing stay-at-home order. We had to stay home. We couldn't even go to work to make money to pay our rent because you all in authority, including Andrew Cuomo, didn't want to cancel the fuck rape rent. You didn't want us to go. We weren't allowed to go to work to make money to pay the fuck rape rent, but then we still have to pay the rent. But how are we going to pay the rent if we're not allowed to go to work? I mean, y'all want, if it's a pandemic, do you want us to obey the stay-at-home social distancing order or not? Do you want us to go to work to make money to pay the rent or not? I'm not even going to say I remember, and I'm not even going to say that I'm not going to vote for Cuomo. I am most definitely not going to vote for Cuomo. Like doesn't even have anything to do with it. If it was Michael Jackson, I wouldn't have been saying the same thing. I still wouldn't vote for him. Because like don't even got nothing to do with it.
Thank
So that's what I mean, that you all want to raise the cost of living forever, but some of our incomes is literally going down. How are we going to afford a rising cost of living with a shrinking income? You know, one of the things I don't have the patience with you bitches, you want to make demands on us we can't meet. It seems you think that we're miracle workers. You think we're going to do magic, pull $1,000 out of our pocket. I can't. Even if I could, I would not. Because of your attitude, I feel like I shouldn't. And I understand that
many other speakers.
You know, we're begging for affordability. I understand y'all think that affordable and free are the same thing. We're asking for affordable rent freeze, and affordable.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Mildred Walters, Thomas Gogan, Yola Duke. Mildred went home? Okay, thank you. Thomas Gogan?
I think he spoke already.
He did? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. It's weird, he was very late. Yola Duke? Ms. Duke, please. Come on down. Shani Kosale would be next, and Cynthia Guin after that. So, Ms. Duke, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is my first time in a meeting like this. Never thought I would have to come to something like this. But I would say I live in East Flatbush on Lenox Road, and the landlord, he owned like about 10 different buildings that they have put up on that street. And the rent is going up and up and up. I have one income that I'm living with. Right now, they're going to turn off my gas and my lights because I don't have no money to pay for it. I mean, come on. Why raise the rent? I'm a senior citizen, 67 years old. I don't need to go back out there and work. I done do 44 years already. I don't need no more. You guys had to take this into consideration. Don't raise the rent. That's the bottom line. All of you guys sitting up there, I see you guys writing me, with the front all the writing. But I hope all the writing to freeze the damn rent.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Shayna Kesley, Cynthia Guin, and Vincia B. Shani, please, please.
My name is Shani Kosley. I'm 35 years old. I've been a tenant my whole life. I've had a number of experiences in my home that range from uncomfortable to disgusting. And I doubt you have similar experiences. You could correct me if I'm wrong. How about that? I'll tell you some of the things that I've experienced in my life, and if you've had a similar experience in your home, you could raise your hand. We agree? Is that all right? Okay. When I was 10, the ceiling of my bathroom caved in on me in the bath. Anybody? When I was 13, the radiator started spewing hot water so hot and so profusely and was never repaired, so that the walls started sweating and peeling. And did you know that walls could melt? Well, they can basically melt. Has that ever happened to either of you? That one was kind of unique, I must admit.
I have had a steam riser in a stabilized building. I know it causes the bubbles to come out, the latex paint bubbles out. I agree. I've seen it.
Everyone's marveling because we haven't had this kind of interaction before. I've also had a termite infestation in my bedroom where I saw the larvae of termites eating at the floor and crawling through holes. None of these were ever addressed by any of the city agencies that continually make new departments to address the same problem that they were already supposed to address before they made the new apartment. I don't need this. Y'all can hear me. Can y'all hear me? Yeah. Beautiful. So what I'm saying is that all of these egregious things happen to me. They happen to a lot of you, I'm sure, but they're not happening to the majority of the people here. Who are they represented by? They don't even have to do this. This motherfucker writes articles about why rent control shouldn't exist. Us have created for accountability, right? So that we could better
Thank you, ma'am.
situation. And it doesn't work. It doesn't work as it was supposedly designed, right? So what do we need to do? Fuck this board.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Fuck this process.
We still have many other speakers.
Shut up. Because I've done this a number of times. There was an elderly lady who's been doing this since the beginning, right? And what changes? We briefly had the rent freeze in 2020. And then right right back as soon as that rent freeze ended. It was just for the 1 year and the first year of the 2-year leases, right? And then after that, it went right back to skyrocketing increases when people were still out of work from the pandemic.
Ma'am,
Stop saying thank you.
No.
You know. You know. I can say no.
Could you allow the staff to move to the next person?
We demand a rent freeze because that is the only reasonable thing for this city of renters to demand. This is an unreasonable process, but these are not unreasonable demands. You're unreasonable.
I think Cynthia Gowan.
Where you at, Cynthia? I'll keep talking until Cynthia gets to her mic. How about that?
I'm right here.
Oh, here she is.
I think over there.
Right
I think over there. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank
Ms. Gowan, please.
Wow. I see that you guys are counting. I don't know how long I'm, excuse me, a little nervous. This is my first time. The last time I was here, I was actually working, and I was here for something else. So this is my first experience. It's not just a request. We are demanding rent freeze. It's imperative. It's important not only to our elders, it's important to people like me, like you, like them. It's important for my children. Jesus
Yes. Go ahead, keep going.
Don't smile with pain, man. That's okay, you can smile. I'm not offended. I'm not offended, not one bit. All I know, I did not expect to feel like this in front of all these people right now. It's not easy. We're all trying. We don't all look like our struggle. COVID happened and everything changed. Some of us gone through multiple procedures within their homes. The rent freeze allows us to breathe and to catch up. A little bit. Every time you feel, it's like a dog paddling in water. Every time you catch a breath, you start sinking again. There's nothing wrong with working hard. There's nothing wrong with having multiple jobs if you choose to. Why should people be 75 years old? You should only work if you want to continue to work. And that's what keeps you pumping and thriving. But once you reach a certain age and a certain time in your life and you want to say, all right, I tap out, that should be allowed. We're not perfect. We're all trying to live, not just survive, live to thrive. We all need that opportunity. And with this rent freeze, it helps people to move forward. It's not just the disabled, it's not just the working class, it's not just the wealthy, it's for everyone. When was the last time somebody was able to purchase a property? I know people that have properties. Kudos to them. Wonderful. Everyone always asks, Cynthia, why haven't you left New York City? I love the concrete jungle.
Yes, me too.
This is it for me. This is it. I enjoy going to other states. I enjoy visiting other counties. I enjoy frolicking on the beach and doing other things. But when you can't think and process that and you're stuck here and things are happening, you're worried about if you're going to pay your Con Ed, you're going to pay National Grid, you're going to pay all these different things. Peter, what do they call that? Peter Piper Paul? Something?
Thank you.
Something? Yeah.
Freeze the rent.
It's message, freeze the rent.
Freeze the rent.
Please and thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Vincia B. You went home? Okay, thank you. Lex Roottree. Lex Roottree. A.M. Goodridge. Dr. Burkel M. Marcus. Dr. Marcus?
Right here.
You're right there, please. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. What was your name?
A.M. Gurvich. A.M. Gurvich.
I'm sorry, please, sir.
me.
One second, sir. We'll get. Go on, please.
Great to my non-member board member. So I'm with the Party for Social Liberation, also the Democratic Socialists of America. So my message is this: this is not about cost of living. It's like dog and pony over again. So yes, the rent is too damn high, cost of living, just like food, electricity, gas and water, all that. And our way to get it too fucking low. So that is like the worst case scenario. So yeah, so I'm gonna be clear with that. So they have a lot of real estate corruption, like all these dog and pony over like that. All they do is dump it like number one fucking condominium and fucking casino, which is complete bullshit. Yeah. Like Dr. Taylor working in fucking New York City, just like everybody else, or working for federal government, got fucking laid the fuck off. Thanks to Elon Musk and Donald Trump. AKA the government, the Department of Government Efficiency, also known as DOGE, like Medicare, healthcare, childcare, education, cost of living, healthcare for like 9/11 survivors and other things. People, especially the handicapped and disabled. They also be arrested or being privatized or get caught just because of all the things to survive. But this is all called of bullshit. There are two signs in between, like, so don't rent Cuomo and they're free to goddamn rent. And they don't, we could get all things nasty. So shame on Elon Musk and the Trump administration for all this mess. This is complete bullshit. That is all government efficiency for the federal and state that have been working so hard, but federal government got laid off just because of Elon Musk. And all of a sudden, the cost of living getting worse and worse. Same the foreclosure getting worse as well. So please, do the right thing. Stop playing dog and pony games and freeze the goddamn rent. And buy the taxi sale.
Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Marcus, followed by Renetta Bradley and Liz J. Dr. Marcus, please.
Greetings. Greetings to the panel once again. My name is Dr. Burchell M. Marcus. I'm the Community Director and Advocate for Brooklyn. I know you all have seen my face before and heard my voice before. I've been pleading for years, to panels after panels, to freeze the rent. I understand that you guys have been mandated by your superiors to do what they say to do. I've been in politics for too long, for a lot of years. I've been campaigning for elected officials, putting them in office and whatnot, but guess what? They turn their backs on the people. They tell the people what they want to hear, but when they get in there, right, they do totally different. I go up to Albany, Washington, to advocate for these people of Brooklyn. Because of what I do, I'm called to other parts of the city to advocate for the people. I know what's going on. I do have full knowledge of what's happening. This is tyranny against the people. Do you understand what's poverty? There is a poverty law that everyone has walked away from. If a community is below the poverty rate, you're not supposed to pay more than, I think it's 25% of your rent. Do you understand what the poverty level is in this city? Especially in our community, especially Brooklyn? Right now, the reason why the boards have been raising the rent is because it's controlled by the Jewish organization that's managing all of these buildings. 90% of the buildings are being managed by the Jewish communities. There are Jewish managers that's managing these buildings, and they keep forcing these panels, these elected officials who are taking the checks under the table to appease them. I've seen it with my own eyes. I've told one of my elected officials that I put in office, campaign, and put her in office, Alika Samuels, because she wouldn't take the money. They spend over $1 million in District 41 to put someone else in that was going to do their bidding, okay? And she lost that race. But guess what? I need every one of you to wake up because your time is very short. I know how to organize. I know how to bring people together. Even the community boards, they're paying off. The Jewish UJA, United Jewish Federation, are paying off the community boards so they could do what they call the district change, to change the district. The rezoning in our district.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
1 second. The rezoning in our district, as a community director for Brooklyn, right? I would say for the whole city, because the Brooklyn Advocate don't come out to these meetings or forums like he used to. He's advocating for the
other
city.
Speakers are waiting, sir. Could you please?
Yes, he's I could use an extra minute. I've seen people use that extra 2 minutes. I could use 1 extra minute to say this. We need accountability, and so far over the years, the board have not given these people accountability. You come up here and you sit down, and some of you may agree with the people, but then when you get back there, you're afraid to lose your jobs, because if you don't do what the mayor said to do, guess what? You out. I've seen it happen. I've been to ask the place. I've been to ask the place. I've been to listen. I've been to McGivers. I've been all over. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Please.
I've been
Please,
all
sir.
over advocating for these people every day for the education and everything. People know me. Y'all have seen me on TV advocating for the people. I speak for the people. So if you guys are not going to speak for the people, you need to quit your jobs. Period. Freeze the damn rent. You don't need no more rent increase.
Ms. Bradley, followed by Liz J. and John August Bridgeford. Please, ma'am.
I can't believe that you was worried about my patients, but you're not worried about my housing. I can't believe that you was worried about me standing here while that man spoke his truth, but you're not worried about that I can't pay my rent because you raised it the year before, you raised it last year. Miss Christina, she can't even look in my face because every year I make sure she see me because I see her. I know who she is, and I've seen her fight for landlords to put tenants out, so I don't even want to talk to her. I come to talk to y'all. I come to tell y'all, vote like a tenant. All right? Vote for a rent freeze. Y'all dead wrong. Let me tell y'all a story. My aunt is 78 years old. The scammers scammed her bank account. Last night she couldn't sleep because she couldn't pay her damn rent. She worried about the landlord putting her out for 1 month's rent. Up all night, 78 years old. That's a shame. The most vulnerable people, the children and the elderly. If y'all don't do it for us, at least do it for them. Come on. I didn't even know this man had a voice. I heard a voice. I never heard none of them speak but him. And he always want to rush us off the mic because we can't speak our truths. I live on a fixed income. My rent is exactly $2,285. My fixed income is exactly $1,125. So if I didn't have a subsidy, I wouldn't have a home because y'all raised the rent. All we asking is for a simple rent freeze. All we asking is dig down deep inside and have compassion, because we all serve the same God, I hope. And God don't sleep. And he see each and every one of y'all. I don't even know how y'all sleep at night. I don't. Every year we come here. But I'm done. All I got to say is don't vote for Chromo.
Liz, is there a Liz
vote for
J
rent
here?
freeze.
Thank you, ma'am. And then John August Bridgeford and Britt Sellers. Please.
Hi, my name's Liz. I came here tonight as a New York tenant of 13 years and a volunteer with the We Fight Back program. And I came to demand a rent freeze. And I came with some numbers, but I don't think I need to say all that, because when it comes down to it, this is really about human dignity. And it's been heartbreaking to hear so many stories from tenants who are struggling already, and then they have to come to this meeting and they have to appeal to a board to just ask for basic dignity, and it's dehumanizing, you know? So why are we here? Why is it that our rents continue to rise while 1 in 5 New Yorkers cannot afford to meet their basic needs? Why is that? Why are our buildings overrun with rats and cockroaches and falling apart from neglected repairs? And why do thousands of New Yorkers sleep in shelters every night and on the streets while 100,000 rent-stabilized units sit vacant? And they're perfectly good units that are kept off the market on purpose so they can drive up the rent prices. These corporate landlords and the capitalists are squeezing working class people and low income New Yorkers. Why? Just so they can make some more money while they do nothing? Yeah, that's not all though. Let's call this what it is. This is an attack on the working class. This is a strategy to keep us in survival mode. Because how are you supposed to think about how you're going to help your neighbor when you're just struggling to make ends meet for you and your family? They want to keep us in survival mode so that we won't come together, so that we won't fight back, because they know that there are more of us than there are of them. And they know that when we fight, we win. So we're going to fight and we're going to show up to all these meetings because this is our right. Housing is a human right. Fight, fight, fight. Housing is a human right. Fight, fight, fight. Housing is a human right.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. John August Bridgeford, followed by Britt Sellers and Sharice Richards. Sir, Mr. Bridgeford.
Hi, my name is John August, and I'm a tenant. And I want to start off tonight by congratulating all of you on the appointment of a lifetime by our corrupt mayor. That must be really something you're really proud about. And it is a lifetime appointment, because for the rest of your lives, every time you walk down the street and you see someone without a home, you can know that you did that. Every time you walk in a neighborhood and you see a monstrosity of an empty luxury building that's displaced countless families, you can know that you did that. And every time you drive through the outer boroughs on your way to a vacation house and you happen to drive by a shelter and you see a family, you can know that you displaced them. I want to remind everybody here tonight that we live on Turtle Island, and we are on Lenape land, and rent is not native to this land. Rent is an invention that was brought by the colonizers, and rent is theft. I'm not interested in a rent freeze. I'm not even interested in a rent rollback. I'm here tonight to say that we need to cancel rent. We need to cancel the rent. And so we're going to go home tonight after making our voices heard, and we're going to know that it didn't really matter, right? Because these colonizers don't care about us, and they damn sure do not care about canceling the rent. But we have a choice to make every single month. We have a choice to make, to pay the rent or to not pay the rent. And I've had the privilege to organize with so many brave Hope members that have worked together with their neighbors and decided that they are not going to pay the rent. And so we have that power. And it's really scary right now.
Thank you, sir.
It's really scary right now.
You ready?
But we have a choice, right? We don't need to look up to this board on their throne, on their pedestal. We need to look around at us. We need to look around at us, and we need to look around at our neighbors, at our building, and we can decide to start a rent strike. We can decide to cancel the rent because no one deserves to be taking our money. No one deserves to be collecting our money. Rent is theft. This is a fucking joke.
All right. Ms. Sellers, Sharice Richards, Monica Walker. I'm going to call the names out. Nicole Ferrer Fernandez, Amy Belton, Rashima Worley. If your name was called, you can come on down and you'll be able to speak. Please, ma'am.
This is my third year here, second time speaking. I'm a Bushwick and Brooklyn resident that has lived in the same rent-stabilized apartment for 14 years, and I'm gonna get a little personal. I work to provide access to art, specializing in theater and dance to almost 2,000 underserved communities of children in our incredible city. The arts, though continuously losing funding, are crucial to New York, especially to tourism and all of that. I work hard to support New York City children find their voices, a place to belong, and to fulfill their dreams in all aspects of their life. My job is pivotal to New York City's future, yet I'm struggling to keep my future here. My rent is over 65% of my current salary. The increase last year put me at my highest risk of eviction after losing my last theater job to funding cuts for the arts. Okay, I can't move elsewhere in the city, even if the rent was lower in another apartment, because I don't make 5 times the rent, which is a common requirement. The median rent has surpassed $4,000 in this city, and my neighborhood alone is at $3,500. I unfortunately make too much money for government assistance, but take too little money to continue to live where I've been living for 14 years. With Con Ed increasing at least 11% and National Grid gas increasing at least 13% this summer, as well as houselessness rates continuously increasing, each year feels like this process is a test to see how much New Yorkers will take before they break, as this board not only increases rents each year, but exponentially increasing year after year. People like me who contribute as much as I have to fostering the youth and the future of this city can't afford to live here. It's ludicrous. That's why I'm not only asking for a rent freeze, I'm asking for a rent rollback. We can't keep losing people who work hard for this city for its future to high rent prices.
Thank you, ma'am. Sharice Richards. Ms. Richards, please.
Yes, hello, hi. I'm Sharice Richards, a member of Metropolitan Council on Housing. This is my first time here. My first time speaking like this at an event like this. I live in a rent-stabilized apartment in East New York by Shepherd and Pitkin, and for the past 2.5 years. It took a year. It takes like a year to get appliances fixed, even for my neighbor who pays market rate. I'm a hardworking teacher, childhood educator. I'm struggling to make ends meet. I'm struggling to pay the $1,840 I pay for rent. So I'm severely rent burdened. I'm behind right now. So I agree. I just want to echo what everybody else has been saying. The landlords don't need more money. We need a rent freeze. And we'll vote soon for the primary in about 2 weeks. So, and we'll find other ways to keep fighting back. And but I want to thank you in advance for hopefully giving us that rent freeze. Thank you.
Monica Walker. Nicole Fiera Fernandez. Monica?
It's Monisa. I'm Monisa Walker. I lived in Brooklyn for over 30 years. Well, Bronzeville for almost 30 years. Sooner or later, I felt like I would be put out of Bronzeville because instead of rent stabilization, we have gentrification, which is not helping us, it's killing us. Rent is becoming too damn high. What I don't get is why on top of gentrification, the 7 of you are still raising the rent. You came to this hearing, and I feel like you just here to stare at us because there has not been no change as of today. As of today, since last year I cursed y'all out, I still don't see no change at all. One thing is, today makes 6 weeks I have no gas. No gas, because I went to court, the landlord took me to court and lost. So this is retaliation for me winning against him. And y'all still stand with these same landlords and them same developers that don't care about nobody. Bronzeville did not have all them skyscrapers that y'all putting up now that's displacing people that look like me out of my own community. I'm on the side of keeping people alive, and you 7 are on the side of making sure they die and be displaced. Not you two, because I know I fuck with y'all. I don't fuck with y'all. This the same attitude. Remember, I was cursing y'all out last year, but I felt like I wanted to say how I felt this year about the same shit I've been going through for a whole year since y'all increased the rent. Where landlords still feel they have some priority to keep fucking us over and keep raising up the rent because of y'all. And you, I swear to God, it take me so much, Christina, I want you to know, it take me so much to not want to throw my phone and hit you in the face because you have no compassion. You just sit there every year and you look evil. Every time you don't care. You laughing. And again, you was the first person, Alex. You was the first person to open your mouth to answer somebody from this board. Every year, these people look at us and act like we must be stupid. We must be deaf, dumb, and blind. They don't answer us. They don't say nothing back to us. But those is the people that have the decision to increase our rent. Why? None of y'all live in rent-stabilized buildings. None of y'all know what people is going through. None of y'all. But guess what? Every year, y'all always choose to raise the fucking rent. So I'm asking everybody, I don't care, you can keep saying thank you, I'm going to keep talking. Like I'm asking everybody to vote for a rent freeze. And damn sure don't vote for no fucking Cuomo. He did shit for us. I don't care about that West Indian trade. Y'all feel like he did something. He did shit for us. So Mayor Adams ain't did shit for us. and he ain't about to do shit for us. Don't leave here today and give this man another fucking chance to fuck us, because they gonna keep fucking us. Y'all put these men in there to help these people keep fucking us, and I'm not talking about y'all two, and I keep saying
Nicole Fiera Fernandez, are you here?
I'm gonna keep talking till she get up
Don't
here.
you,
I'm gonna
ma'am?
definitely get up. I don't care. Every year you do the same thing. Thank you, ma'am.
And we still
Next
have other
person.
names.
I don't give a fuck. Fuck the whole 7 of y'all. Fuck the whole 7 of y'all.
I'm going to ask the staff, please.
See, he ain't get up yet, because he know. Fuck the 7 of y'all. He know. He live in a rent-stabilized property apartment. Just like them, just like the same people that's supposed to be securing you. Fuck y'all.
All right. Ms. Fernandez. Please. Amy Bolton. Rakima Worley. Kevin Liebird. Gianna Ferrarin. And Eden Ashenbeer. If you're here, please, you'll get a chance to speak. Please, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Nicole Fiero Fernandez. I'm a student here at City Tech. I didn't even know this was happening. I was taking a test on the 4th floor, but I'm here now. I've never been to a rent board hearing before, but I was very moved by everybody here. I hope y'all heard them. I was born in the Lower East Side, and I've lived in NYCHA my whole life. So you may think like this has nothing to do with me, but New York City was the first place in the United States to have public housing. And on Avenue A is where the first houses are built. And they were built in 1935, because apparently back then we knew housing was essential, but not now. I can't fathom like how much y'all are desensitized to all of this, because you hear it year after year, and I don't know, the souls must be empty. I started studying architecture in 2023 in City College first. And one of the first things we learn is how corrupt the city is and how disproportionate like everything is. So I'm just letting y'all know y'all time is coming to an end. You've heard all these stories of mold, deterioration, no gas, no heat. These aren't just inconveniences. People are dying. So I want all of y'all to know, their blood is on your hands. That's not an analogy, that's not a metaphor, that's just the truth. So, sorry. Well, not sorry to y'all. Housing is very special. It doesn't go by the normal rules of supply and demand. More housing and more residents doesn't mean that the prices of everything just goes up and everything is just going through a process. That's not how the complexities of a human life works. There have been many politicians thinking that more buildings will magically make the rent go down, or that rent raises will sort itself out on its own. But we all know that's just not what happens. It's greed. Architects and urban planners all know that the way that our city is going now, it's not possible to be sustainable. I implore you to listen to these people. I don't know if you will, but I hope you will listen. You're welcome. Before this city crumbles and your jaws will go down with it. You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Amy Bolton. Followed by Rakima Worley, Kevin Liebird, Gianna Ferrarin, and Eden Ashenbeer.
Hi, my name is
ma'am.
Amy Bolton. I'm just going to start off with saying my pronouns are they, them, and please don't call me ma'am. I have a question for you to start off with. What do you think is causing tenants to struggle with paying their rent? And I would like an answer.
She mad at Alex for answering the last time.
What do you think the cause of tenant struggle is? Because we all know the answer, and I think you do too. And it's really upsetting that you would just sit there knowing what you can do to make things better and not do anything. I was up here last year and I was crying, and I was trying not to do that this year.
You got this.
Last year, I got this job as a tenant organizer, and I was thrilled that I was going to be able to do better financially, that I was going to be okay. And somehow, a year later, I'm in more debt because this city will take everything from you. And capitalism doesn't care about humans. And capitalism is everywhere. And I'm paying more than half of my income on rent. And I'm paying hundreds of dollars every month for medical bills for my immunocompromised spouse. And I think every time I'm gonna get a break, something else comes and hits me on the head. Okay? So, and I'm fortunate enough to live in a rent-stabilized building that is on the better side. If you come and look at it, you probably think it looks okay, and yet there's somehow still a huge tarp covering the outside of the brick wall because there's leaks, and they didn't want to do anything to actually fix it, so they just put a tarp over it, and there's exposed outlets in the lobby. But that's a good apartment in this housing crisis that we have right now, and somehow we're still expected to continue to pay more and more rent. It honestly baffles me, and if the tables were turned, I think I would have nightmares and I would be vomiting to be making the decisions you guys are making. It would make me literally sick, and I don't know how you do it, and I think that it truly, I just don't even have words for it. I have one thing I want to leave off with saying is that one person cannot do all the good the world needs, but the world needs all the good that you can do. And I firmly believe that that's true, and I'm asking you all to do what you can do to make the world a better place.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Rakima Worley. Rakima Worley. Ms. Worley, please.
Hi.
And then we have Kevin Liebird, Gianna Ferrarin, and Eden Ashabir. Please, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Rakima Worley. I am a retired city worker. I am also a foster parent. I am now representing, I am the tenant president of 453 Hensdale Street, and also the other two of 487 and 500 Livonia Avenue, in which we have a extreme brown water issue. We have been living in these conditions for over 5.5 years. Our first year living there, we had brown water issues. These are the buildings that you are increasing our rent for, and they are not treating us the way that we are supposed to be treated. They not only take this increase that you are taking and pay off DHCR, HPD, and everyone else. I'm asking you to actually look in your hearts to actually see that this increase is not helping us. This increase is hurting us even more as a society. We are fighting against, in other countries and other worlds, New York is supposed to be a better place, a place for humanity and for justice. As we see right now, we're not getting any justice. We're showing standards, but in our own home, we don't have justice. We are protecting those that come from foreign countries. but we do not protect ourselves. This does not make any sense. And I do understand that there is order and there are things that we are supposed to go through and do, as in hardworking, labor. But at the same time, we need justice. We cannot be in a society of keep on working and working and working until we die. The pension now is set forth as in you are supposed to work not just 25 years, you are supposed to work 60 to 70, 80 years old. We need at least some gratification in getting this freeze completed and stopped.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Kevin Liebird. Kevin. Gianna Ferrarin. And Eden Ashaber.
I'm Gianna.
You're Gianna? Please.
Hi, my name is Gianna Ferrarin, and I'm a Bushwick resident. I'm here with the Bushwick Housing Independence Project. I'm here to share a statement from a friend and coworker, Teresa Schleip, and her partner, Corey Gross, who are residents in a rent-stabilized unit in Bushwick at 218 Himrod. They could not be here today. Whenever the rent board approves rent increases for stabilized units, that is a guaranteed increase for me and my partner, who have been in the same unit for 3 years now. That's because our landlord will increase the rent by that percentage, regardless if his costs have actually gone up. This guaranteed increase would make sense if my landlord was actually spending any money on this unit, but he's not. He does not do upkeep on this building. There are virtually zero costs for him to maintain it. A good example is last year, when there was a carbon monoxide leak coming from our basement and seeping into the basements of our neighbors, whose carbon monoxide detectors went off. When the fire department came to inspect, they found severely rotting wooden beams and no carbon monoxide detector in our basement. I wouldn't mind these increases if I saw any benefit to them, but the extra money goes right to his pocket, nothing else. Thank you for your time. Freeze the rent now.
Thank you. Eden Ashabeer? No? You are, sir?
Yeah, Eden Ashabeer. Listen.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, no problem. So, I am an organizer with Hope here in Brooklyn. Very proud, very proud to be on this stage. I got a lot of inspirations from my comrades, my colleagues out here. But I think this is a very fucked up system. It's a very fucked up board you have here. Supposedly we're in one of the greatest democracies in the world, in the face of the planet. I had actually seen, me traveling throughout this world, it's amazed me when you go to third world countries like South Africa or Brazil or Venezuela, and over there they're building social housing for their own populations. People have rent control in their own populations because housing is a human right. But here in the richest city in the world, it's like a different language we're speaking to you. Even though we're speaking English. Are we speaking English or? But I don't know if these people understand. It's crazy just to think that we're here just demanding a basic human right, which is housing, which is, for our livelihood here in this society. But I don't know, these people, I don't know if they understand democracy. Well, yeah. Now, I know it's capitalism, but also with capitalism too, they're bad business people. Because it's like how you're supply and demand. You're not supplying to the masses. So it's like they're also horrible capitalists. They're about to crash their own fucking economy here. How the fuck are people supposed to buy shit from corporations, in their theory, if you can't pay your rent, if you got nobody here, So they're gonna crash. It's funny, somebody said, the guy, I remember I had some pro-landlord guy the other day tell me about that they were afraid of this crazy person to be mayor. And I was like, who, Cuomo? No, he was talking about Mendami, he was talking about Zoran. But he was saying, oh yeah, if this guy wins, then you're gonna have people leaving the city. I'm like, people are already leaving the city. Okay. People are already getting displaced. So it just amazes me. But anyways, it's all about, I want to hear this. What's this about? Freezing the rent. Rent freeze. We want a rent freeze, right? When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it? What do we want?
Thank you.
When do we want it? Yes, you know.
Right.
We
I
shut
think,
it down.
I think with that, all the names we have
Wait. I'm just gonna
testified.
keep talking. I'm gonna
So
keep going.
We're gonna end.
You know
can-
why?
sir,
Because I'm taking over this. This is gonna be the.
we're going to
people's-
end right
it's gonna be
here
the
now.
people's
I'm going to
board.
ask
This is the
that we
people's
finish.
board.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was Eden. So he stole your name, man. But please speak. Please speak, please, ma'am. I apologize. You did sign up. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Don't thank me. First off,
She's Eden. Yeah, he's Lindsay Woods.
to the board,
Maybe Kevin. I don't know.
y'all need to remember that it's going to be your faces in the history books. Your future grandchildren, your children, all of us who grew up learning all these lessons throughout the world, those faces that we looked at, those will be yours. What you decide this year and every other year, and even in the past years, those decisions you have made are set for history, and people will not forget that. I live in a building that for a total of 35 years will not have to pay any property taxes. Why? Because 30% of the units are considered affordable. If you consider paying $2K for a studio, you can see the entire inside of affordable, that is. And this is in Bushwick, and not even in the corners filled with businesses. Not even there. We're not talking about that. And yet we're only 5 years in, and it's known that if it rains, the elevator might get stuck. I personally know of at least 3 instances in which the fire department has had to come and rescue people from the elevator. Neighbors and ourselves, we've almost slipped and hurt ourselves because guess what? We're on a corner and they're not shoveling the snow, but every other building seems to be able to do it. That for the door to close sometimes in an elevator, you actually have to kick it. There's a certain way you have to do that. That if you stand in the lobby for just a minute in the middle of the day, that at least one roach, maybe 2, will be looking you straight in the eyes. And brown water, we've had instances of that coming straight out of every single tap. Again, this building is hardly 5 years old, and they're not paying any property taxes for the next still 30 more years for, again, affordable, quote, affordable apartments. Only 30%. Only 30% of the building. Doors for packages, they don't lock. How many thefts have we had? I can't count. Our main entrance doesn't always lock. And we're not notified. We're not notified when the elevator breaks down either. And it's not even fully rent stabilized. And yet we're talking about, we're here under this illusion, and I know even some people in this room or watching or whatever think that capitalism is still something that brings innovation. How can you tell me? How can you tell yourselves? I would hope that none of you on this board isn't able to do basic mathematics. How can you tell me that a building that was just put up and is already falling apart, and the landlords are not doing anything about it? They're not following up. They're not doing anything. How can you sit here and tell me that this is the type of innovation that we need or want or deserve in this world for all that we do? Anyone still under this illusion is lying to themselves, and we need to start opening our eyes to that, to realizing that capitalism is the real demon in the room. I just don't see how you can be serious. So, to you board members, I think if you had any dignity at all, I mean, frankly, how dare you all say thank you? Say, please respect other people's time. There's other people coming after. You are acting as if we're the ones who are rude and inconsiderate. And yet you have the audacity to increase rent year after year. There is no version of the math, not a single version of the math, not if you're looking at the full picture, that actually makes that make sense. Not even food, SNAP, $292 per month. Average groceries are $500 a month for one person. How does that make sense? Somebody brought up that eggs are $9, and people will say, oh, well, hey, at least in New York City, we've increased the minimum wage to $16 while the rest of the nation is at $7.25. So you're saying that 1 hour of work is worth not even 2 full cartons of eggs? And yet you want to tell us that paying this is reasonable. What a joke you are to play along with this farce, acting like there's a world in which suggesting any type of rent increase makes sense. Certainly none of you are this thoughtless or this able to live with yourselves for this. So when you look at the real book picture and remember that the basics that every human needs are food, water, and shelter. I told you about food prices for even those who are on SNAP. People don't even trust the water in the city because the pipes in our buildings, old or new, I just told you about how our new building has brown water and all this. How we can't trust the water. You spend millions and millions per year clearing out housing camps or encampments where people are trying to live. So you make it illegal to live. We can't get food that's affordable unless you steal it. Well, you'll go to jail for that. You're going to put people in forever debt and put them in jail for not paying. You're not going to let us put up tents anywhere, so we can't live. So, you know what that's called? That's called enslavement. You are forcing us to have to work in order to live, or else we will be thrown into jail. You have made it illegal to live.
Ma'am, we're going to conclude this hearing now because we're going to run out of time. So
at minimum, a rollback.
We're going to ask. I'm going to ask you to finish, please.
That's deserved. A
Ma'am?
removal of rent is the real solution, and every single one of you should be ashamed of yourselves.
All right. Thank you. With that, we're concluding tonight's hearing. I'm going to ask for a motion to adjourn. And a second. Thank you. Thank you all for being here tonight. Thank you.